Testing one. Testing one, two. Testing one, two, three. Testing one, two, three. Testing one, two, three. Testing one. Testing. Testing one, two, testing. Testing. One, two, three, four. Testing one, two, three, four. Testing one, two, three. Test. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. Leaving.
Check 1, 2.
Clicker is on. Yes, here we go.
Check. This is check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay.
Good to go? Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Morning. So, welcome to a food safety bootcamp, and thank you for your interest in this event, where we're going to focus on some of the issues that are going to, or that are impacting perhaps your operation, as you, strive for your produce to come good and, or whatever growing activity you are involved in. So my name is Pratik Banerjee. I'm an associate professor of food safety with University of Illinois. I'm situated in Urbana Champaign campus, the main campus of the university. And my expertise is in food science and food safety. So I'm really excited to come over here in this facility. This is my second visit for workshop-related activity. I have been here more than that, and I love working with this community, with Michael Howard, and so please give a big round of applause for Michael and Amelia over here, because they have been such a wonderful, cohesive factor for bringing the community and the university and the researchers together. So this is a place, what I find no better place than this one, where the university comes to the community and work together. Of course, I have with me some excellent colleagues from the University of Illinois I will introduce, and some of my ex-colleagues here, and also a supporter from National Association from State Department of Agriculture. So, I'll give them all introduction. Yeah. But before I do that, I'd like to call upon Michael to say a few words, and then we get going.
Well, good morning and welcome everyone to Eden Place Farms Community Learning Center. It's a pleasure once again to welcome back the University of Urbana for a second year. Pratik has been so helpful for the last year. Since he was here last year, he's been coming back, and we've been talking and working and meeting, and eventually he said, well, let's do it again. So I'm hoping that you guys will enjoy yourselves today. Feel free to, get up and get you some coffee, juice. The facilities are co-ed at the end of the hall. If you go back out that way, the door you came in, and go right to the facilities at the end of the hall on the left. Make sure you close the door. It is co-ed. And we are under construction. Every time you come to Eden Place Farm, you're going to see how far we've progressed because we are a work in progress. And we just thank you for coming out today, and I hope you enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And also I'd like to recognize Chris Jones, who is the director of NASDA Foundation. Chris is sitting there. He will have some word with you after lunch. And we are now going to go to our main presentation of the morning session. I have two distinguished colleagues with me who would be taking you through the first part of this food safety workshop. I have Zach Grant from University of Illinois Extension and Dr. Laurie George, Produce Safety Alliance, Cornell University. So they will be taking the first part of this. And before I start, you should have a packet in front of you, it's not a really package, I would say that it's a conference materials. Feel free to consult this. There's a USB flash drive if you are moving to more like an electronic format like many of us has. The information is there, and also as the workshop progresses, I will give you some additional documents and information that would be useful for your activity. And also our extension has some ongoing program, and Sarah, my another colleague over here, and she has some handouts over there. That's the pink stapled document, like the pink paper on top of that. So there's some information on that. If you could return the pink form to us after this, anytime during this or after, before you leave, that will be really helpful. She's collecting some information that will help us serve you better. And also, we have Makala, she's also running is it a food purchase program, right? So basically, also from our extension, Illinois Extension, she has some handouts to pass on. And you will have enough time of interaction. So the way we designed this workshop is that we will have a working lunch. Start around, I would say around 11, 12 o'clock, when the box lunch will be served. So we do not really leave the premises for a break, so we will work on the workshop materials as we are eating lunch. So, and then we proceed for our afternoon session. So I'm looking forward to this, and welcome. So, Jack?
Thank you, Pratik, and thank you everyone for joining us today. My name is Zach Grant. As Pratik introduced me earlier, I'm with the University of Illinois Extension here in Cook County. I'm housed here in Cook County, actually in South Cook County in Matson, but myself and my colleague, Catherine Pereira, who's not here, we're the two kind of urban ag extension educators that cover all of Cook County. I see some familiar faces out there. Some of you have taken our programming in the past. But one of the roles I take as a kind of a major responsibility is produce safety training. And that definitely applies to urban farmers, but I've also been doing it for the past 10 years with the larger growing community in Illinois, along with my colleague Laurie George over here. And Laurie's now with Cornell with the Produce Safety Alliance, but before that, Laurie was on our local food small farm team. And her and I and James Thury, who some of you may know, kind of were the main lead trainers for the FSMA food safety training for the state. So we're going to talk a little bit about FSMA versus kind of GAP and what we're here to discuss today related to third-party food safety plan GAP audits. But it's a pleasure to be here. I actually haven't had the pleasure of coming to Eden Place Farms. I've worked with a number of Southside urban farms in the past, so this is the first time I've been to this facility and farm. So it's great that they're actually hosting us here. This is amazing. So a couple things I also wanted to acknowledge is that this workshop was actually developed by three people. Initially, Laurie and I had a separate workshop series that we developed that was all about writing a food safety plan, and that's going to be our main focus this morning. We offered that a couple times. We even did it once in Cook County, I think several years ago. And then we were just so busy with the FSMA Produce Safety Alliance trainings that we've never really got a chance to get back to this food safety plan writing training courses. But recently, Rachel Kimpton, who is a former urban farmer in Cook County, is now actually a program coordinator with the University of Minnesota Extension. And she has worked as kind of a private food safety urban ag consultant for a couple of years. Her and I got together last year with some grant funding from the Land Connection and kind of put together this newer, updated version of this program. And much of the slide credits here are actually a lot of Rachel's good work with some of my input. And I've kind of reorganized it into this slightly more updated kind of food safety plan writing training that's very much targeted towards small urban farms. So a lot of the slides and pictures that you see are very tailored to the type of operations that you all are most likely working on. Okay, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And a lot of the handouts that we'll kind of discuss and reference are actually, a lot of them are developed by Rachel herself, and some of them, she didn't credit herself in some of them, but I'll definitely point those out because she has done some amazing work. Okay, so a couple notes about this training. It looks like I'm having a little bit of a issue here. Let me exit out. You guys aren't seeing the slides advance, right? Yeah, I don't know why it's not advancing. Okay, always some technical problems. Just give me 1 second here. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Well, now they're not advancing on my slide, but it's okay. Okay, so one important distinction here between this workshop, and maybe we can just get a show of hands to clarify this. I've mentioned the FSMA Produce Safety Alliance Produce Safety Rule training. How many of you have actually taken that training with us? I know Sarah has, I know Gwen has, but it looks like maybe no one else in here has. I know some of you may have heard of it, are familiar with it. It's a program we don't, because of our reduced capacity and extension, we haven't been able to offer it as much as we'd like, but we normally offer it a few times a year. And I just want to point out that this training that we're discussing today, this is not that training, okay? This is really just kind of a preparatory training to get you ready to write a food safety plan and to participate in some of these third-party voluntary gap audits, which we'll clarify that kind of throughout the session today. But this is definitely not a FSMA training. I'll have the contact list for this training. I can definitely inform all of you the next time we do this training so you can participate. It is an all-day, 8-hour training. Sometimes we do it on Zoom and we break it up over 2 4-hour sessions. It's normally a $100 training, but the Illinois Farm Bureau, graciously enough, has subsidized this training for us for the past several years. So we pretty much offer it for free, if not a very low-cost fee. So I just wanted to really quickly distinguish that. It builds on some of the federal regulations in the FSMA Produce Safety Rule, and we'll discuss some of those elements, but that isn't this training today, and I just wanted to kind of clarify that. But why is it important that you actually are here today? And you know, this also, we talk about this as a big mantra in our FSMA Produce Safety Rule training. It's important for several reasons. Yes, there may be a regulatory component to some of your farms. Likely, if you meet some of the qualified exemptions or conditional exemptions for the federal regulation for produce farms, then you know, FSMA isn't an immediate regulation concern for you, regulatory concern. But there are other reasons, and one of the primary reasons that we talk a lot about GAP, third-party, independently audit-verified food safety plans and checks is because it's buyer-driven a lot of times. You may be working with a wholesaler, you may be working with a restaurant group, you may be trying to sell to institutions, and a lot of times those buyers are going to require that you have some sort of food safety plan or a verified food safety system and practices that a third-party entity will come to your farm. Okay, it's kind of like organic certification is a similar analog. You know, there are no requirements. Like if you want to be a certified organic farm, you have to write an organic management plan. You have to hire an auditor to come and make sure that you're following that plan. And that's all voluntary, totally voluntary, up to the individual farm. And so that's different than the regulatory concerns, okay? So this training is not about the regulatory concerns, even though there's a lot of overlap And I believe one of the handouts you have I put together several years ago kind of discusses the differences between GAP and FSMA and the regulatory concerns around food safety. That last bullet point is really important, though, too. This really, food safety, produce safety on your farm, everything we do as farmers is all about trust with our community, with the community that's buying our food, that we're selling our nourishing products to. And food safety, safety of that product is paramount. I mean, how many times have we heard of a restaurant get somebody sick? I mean, what the sort of reputation and the momentum that a restaurant like that has, what happens when they get somebody sick? Is a problem. So as a farm, there are some things that are within our control that we can do. We don't want to get anyone sick. It's not our intention to. But we want to be concerned with our community that we're selling to. We want to continue to have that trust that we've worked so hard to develop. So yes, there's regulatory concerns, but we're not really going to discuss that today. A lot of you probably are going to have qualified exemption to that, at least in the short term. But buyer concerns and just general trust of our community is a big reason why we want to develop robust food safety plans. So most of the food safety concerns that we're going to talk about today, and most of the regulatory concerns, are really around microbial concerns. Okay, so things like bacteria, parasites, viruses. These are the main things that we're going to be focused on, main things that we're going to be concerned about. And I've just kind of listed a non-exhaustive list here in this slide to illustrate some of the examples. Okay? And by far, the biggest category that we're primarily concerned about, the most ubiquitous, would be the bacteria. So things like E. coli 157, toxogenic strains, salmonella, listeria, those are kind of the three big culprits that you hear a lot about in the media that we're primarily concerned with. But viruses, there are certainly viruses like norovirus that can be spread from worker to worker that are concerned, as well as the parasites. But bacteria are kind of the primary driver of a lot of the regulations surrounding food safety, as well as kind of the third-party independent concern. So here's the critical slide. And after this, I'm going to transition to Lori, and Lori's actually going to spend a little bit of time breaking down some of these individual risks and how they're spread. But here's kind of the key that I'm laying out here in this particular slide set. There's an important distinction here with the FSMA, produce safety rule, regulatory concern, and GAP audits, these third-party audits that we may want to work for or towards with our operations. And that relates to the physical and chemical, right? So the biological risks that I've just kind of illustrated, those are the primary concerns. With FSMA regulation and with third-party audits. But one of the key drivers and differences between FSMA and some of these third-party audit services, like the USDA's audit service that we'll highlight today, is these physical and chemical concerns. So when we talk about writing these food safety plans in a little bit, we can get that risk assessment process. There's a key factor in these food safety plans that really highlights and discusses what you're doing about physical contamination, like things like rubber bands in your produce, or pieces of metal that might fall in your produce, or jewelry that aren't really implicitly covered by the federal regulation, but are very important for third-party audits. The same thing goes with chemical risks. So things like how you're handling any pest management solutions that you have, whether they're organic or conventional. How are you storing those products? How are you using those products? There really isn't a lot of regulation under produce safety rule regarding that, but if you're going to do a third-party GAP audit, your auditor is going to be very concerned about how you handle those products, how you store them, how you apply them. So that is just one distinction that I wanted to lay out here with this slide, is that all three of those risk categories are important no matter what, but there's a bit of a difference in terms of the emphasis from the regulatory concern versus this third-party concern. Okay, that's a lot. But the next key factor is how are we linking these sort of risk categories to specific activities on the farm? This is really the crux of everything we're trying to do here today. We know those risks are out there. How do we link those to how those risks of biological contamination is the main focus? How are those things spread on the farm? What are the major critical control points if you're a HACCP person on our farm that have the biggest risk for spreading and the biggest mitigating factors to biological contamination concerns on our farm. Okay, so that's really the goal of writing a food safety plan, developing a food safety system, and implementing it, is linking these, kind of big picture risks that we can't see and how they affiliate with activities on our farm. So this slide right here is actually a slide I borrowed this from the Produce Safety Alliance training, and that whole training, the entire day of the training is focused on these kind of 5 critical areas. So how humans, how your soil amendments, how your water, how animals or wildlife, and also how kind of buildings, equipments, tools, and food contact services all help to potentially spread or exacerbate microbial contamination. So Lori in a second here is going to get up and just kind of go over some of these risks with you related to kind of water and soil amendments primarily, because those are really 2 of the biggest contamination factors. But that really is where I want your mindset to be from here on out, is we recognize these microbial risks, how are they spread on our farm, and how can we go through this risk assessment process and then implementing that process to write a good food safety plan and implement a good system. And I'll leave you with this last little point here at the bottom. And this is, again, a mantra we try to push out every time, no matter how we're doing this training, in this context or with the FSMA regulatory training, is that we recognize farms are not sterile stainless steel surfaces. We are never going to be in a zero risk environment, okay? But we absolutely can assess and recognize risks and do the very best we can to kind of mitigate and reduce some of those risks. So a lot of this is going to seem very daunting, and it's going to be an initial kind of, peak panic concern moving up the hill. Am I going to be able to do this? Are there too many risks on my farm? Just know that this isn't about risk elimination, it's about risk reduction, and it's about taking kind of a targeted stepwise approach, okay, to kind of achieving risk reduction through some of these contamination pathways, okay? So I'm gonna leave it there, and I'm gonna have Lori come up, and she's gonna kind of move you through just outlining some of these potential risk factors. We're not gonna be able to cover all of them today. And then actually after that, I didn't outline this first part of the session. Lori's gonna cover some of the risks. And then the main kind of homework / exercise that we're gonna work on is a farm mapping exercise, okay? And when I get to that, I'll kind of explain that a little bit more. It's gonna be very loose. You're not gonna be graded on this. This is really all for you and your operation to kind of do this here while we're in this workshop to begin working on this, so we can, while we're all in the room, can kind of help guide you on your risk assessment process for your operation, okay? So I'm gonna bring Lori up, and I'm gonna have her take it from here. It's not moving on here. I mean, you can kind of see the slide here.
Over there?
Yeah, unless. What is that? Well, it's advancing, but it's not. It's not advancing here. It's kind of stuck. Do you know how to kind of potentially reset it? Your mouse isn't.
Let's go up to the. Let's go to the show. Let's see what happens.
This is in the show, so.
Oh wait, do you not have this plugged in? Or does that not need to be plugged in?
Yes.
But even that cursor's not working.
Yeah, no, this one, you can just press this one.
No, we know that, but we can't see it here as a prompt. It's kind of hard to see if we need to reference the slide. Let me see here. Is this a touch screen?
Yeah, this touchscreen, yes.
Here, let me try it, if I can exit out of it, and we'll reset it. Yeah, that seemed to work. Here, let me go and open that back up again. Let's see here. There it is.
While Jackie is setting up this,
Yeah, here we go.
please, there is a free survey which is a kind of
Should be good to go.
worksheet on that. If you could fill
All right, we're
out
at
and
10:36 right now. So,
we'll collect it and give you a
Just
post
signal me.
okay. I mean, if we can get like 20 minutes or so.
All right. Just signal me when 5
Good,
minutes.
right?
Sure. Yep. Okay. All right. Can you hear me? Yeah. I tend to walk when I talk, and so standing here is going to be a little different for me, so bear with me on that. So Zach did a really good introduction as far as what you're thinking about on food safety for your farms. And as he said, there's going to be 2 areas that I'm going to focus on. The first one is going to be water, and the second one is going to be on soil amendments. Okay. So when you're talking about water, think about the water source that you use on the farm. Okay, so how many people here use a surface water, like a pond or a lake or anything like that? How about wells? A lot of people use wells. How about municipal water? You know, you get it from the company, right? Comes out of the faucet. Okay, so we have a good variation here on that. So what you're thinking about on water is what type of pathogens can come into your produce from the water that you use. Okay? So you need to consider specific things as far as what type of water source. You know, is it, like we mentioned before, is it surface, is it well, is it municipal water? Are you testing the water at all? So testing means that you need to really know what your water source is. Most water will carry E. coli because if it's open to the environment, such as surface water, pond water, you're going to have animals that tend to use that water source. They'll either bathe in it, they'll poop in it, they just use that water source. And if that water source is going onto your produce, just think about the E. coli and those pathogens that are coming in on that water source. So you really kind of need to know what your water is. So testing your water for generic E. coli is going to be important. And generic E. coli is going to be the indicator when you go to the water company and you take your little sample with you, you go to them and you say, I need a test for generic E. coli. Now, some urban farms are concerned about heavy metals, maybe nitrates and other heavy metals within the water itself. And that can be important based on where you're at. So if you want to add those in there, that's fine. But when we talk about the produce safety rule and we talk about getting a safe water source, what you're really looking for is generic E. coli. So if you're testing for surface water, you should test if you have well water as well. Well water, we'll talk about this in a little bit. Well water is not as risky as surface water. And even municipal water needs to be tested every now and then. If you have a break in the line, if you get a call from the municipal company saying you need to boil your water, that means that there's some indication of E. coli or contaminants within the water source. So on your farm, you should have some sort of a backup to tell your employees and yourself, what are you going to do if there's a break in the line? Do you have another water source that you're going to use? How are you going to do that? So testing is going to be important. How are you irrigating your crops? Are you irrigating your crops as overhead, so you're spraying it so that the water touches the leaves as it goes to the ground? Are you doing drip irrigation? Are you doing drip irrigation under plastic? So these all are different risk levels based on how you're irrigating your crops. So when you do overhead, if your water's contaminated, there's a greater chance of that contamination getting onto the plants, the flowers, and the fruits itself. Okay? Drip irrigation is good because it drips into the soil, but what if something happens with that drip line and you get a hole in that drip line? Like a mouse chews through that line to get to the water source. And now all of a sudden, it's not drip irrigation, but you have water spraying up into the plant itself because of that one hole. So that can be a concern because it's getting on the produce. Covering those drip lines with plastic is really good because it's going to cover, if you get a hole in that line, then it's going to stay under the plastic. So again, think about the different risks that are on your farm when you start working with all of this. Okay? Are you storing water? Some folks that I live in southern Illinois, I live way down at the bottom of the state, some people do store their water. So they'll pump it from the well into a cistern that is above ground cistern, which is a huge tank that sits on the ground. If the tank is covered, there's not going to be a problem. But if they pump their clean water into a tank that is open to the environment, it has now become surface water. So I've had farmers that have been using municipal water, but to store the water for the summer because they know that their wells are going to run dry at some point, they pump it into this big container, but the container's not covered. So now their well water has changed to a higher risk of surface water. So what are you doing on your farm? Do you store the water? How is it stored? Is it covered or not? When are you irrigating your crops? That's going to be a big one. You know, either in this, for most of it, it's going to be summertime. Irrigating, you try and irrigate because the plants need the water, right? But if you irrigate at night, you want to be able to have the plants absorb the water while it's nice and cool, but it also brings a lot of diseases. So those are things to think about. Are you washing your produce? So of the farmers that are here today, when you put your produce or you want to sell your produce, do any of you wash your produce before you take it out? Okay. So we'll talk about this in a little bit, but washing your produce also with additional water source can also bring additional pathogens depending on the water source that you're using. So we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. You know, the biggest thing is that whether you wash or not is going to depend a lot on whether the buyer wants it, whether you're selling at a farmer's market and the people like the produce clean as opposed to having dirt on it. Okay, so that's going to be up to how you do that. What about your staff? Okay, is your staff familiar with what your water source is and what the risks are? Do you use that same water for hand washing? Okay, so if you use water that has generic E. coli in it or any type of E. coli in it, now it's going to be touching their hands. So hands are considered a food contact surface, right? Because it comes in contact with that produce. Just like the knives that you use for harvesting or the buckets that you use. They are all considered food contact surfaces. So hand washing, any type of bathrooms or drinking water. You know, all these types of things are going to be important based on the water source that you're going to be using. So there are GAP and GIP standards that we have listed here. There are additional standards by the FSMA Produce Safety Rule that is not going to be covered here, but these are the GAP and GIP standards. So if you have municipal water, it's going to be important that you get a copy of that testing from the company. So what happens is that the company will test the water every 6 or 18 months, 6 to 18 months, depending on how they do it. And then they put those results onto their website. Or you can go into that municipal company and say, I'd like a copy of your water testing results. Those water testing results are going to be part of your food safety plan. It's going to show that you made an effort to find out what your water source was. So if you have municipal water, get that certificate from the water company. If you're using well water, it's going to be important that you test at least annually and treat the well or the water within the well before using it. Yes, thank you. I can't see. So when we're talking about water, mostly we're talking about generic E. coli. When you have the nitrates and the heavy metals that are going to be in the water, that's going to be up to you as far as what you deem is going to be important to test for. Okay, because the testing is going to be a little bit higher, the cost is higher depending on what you're testing for. But when you're testing for the water source and for contaminants, like Zach talked about earlier, for generic E. coli is what you're really looking for. And you're looking for to have that hopefully to some low level or no generic E. coli at some point.
And for Chicago, their lead reporting is from the food source from Lake Michigan. They got the results up there. The lead issue in Chicago primarily is from the distribution pipe into
Yep.
housing. So that a lot of us know about that issue. So that's something that might have to be addressed on the website.
Yep, good question. Yes. Oh, okay. What about rainwater? So collection of rainwater is going to be a little bit different. So if you're collecting rainwater and it comes from like a roof, if it comes from a greenhouse maybe a tarp that's off the greenhouse, something like that. You're collecting into a barrel, and the barrel is open to the environment. The rain comes into the barrel, okay? That's going to be considered the same as a surface water source. It's going to be high risk. Collecting it from the roofs or from the greenhouse structures, things like that, that goes into a closed container. The problem that you have with that is that those contaminants that are on the roof itself or on the plastic that it's running down from, you may have bird droppings, you may have other types of contaminants as well. And so you need to really stop and think. Using rainwater is fine, but if you want to use rainwater, use it on crops that are non-food crops, not the food crops.
You would definitely want to treat it like surface water.
Yes. You can.
Couple it with the low risk distribution of it, like drip irrigation. Never wash your hands, never wash produce, never chlorine your way with surface water. Drip irrigation, possibly, but be very, very scrutinize it very heavily.
Yeah. You could test it or you could treat the water, you know, so it brings down those levels if there's E. coli in it. But be hesitant about using rainwater on food crops. Okay. So on the well water, make sure you test it annually if at all possible. Make sure that the well casing is good. Make sure you have a backflow prevention device, especially if you have livestock on your farm. That's going to be important as well. And follow the procedures on that. As far as surface water, you want to test quarterly in warm climates, like it says on the screen there. 3 times during the growing season in northern climates, and this is going to be GIPS standards. And then at first plant, second at peak use, and third near harvest. Because sometimes the quality of the water can change throughout the season. So make sure that you try and test all those times. So we talked about the water sources, and this is just a slide that's going to give you some more information as far as the different types, such as surface, well, and municipal water. You have least control over the surface water because wildlife and other contaminants can get in there. So if you do irrigate from surface water, be extra careful on that. The well water is going through a filtration system. When it goes through the soil itself, it gets filtrated through the soil, through the rocks that are in the soil before it gets to the well casing itself. So there's a little bit less risk associated with well water. And of course, municipal water is just going to be treated by the municipal company. Okay. So, and again, the surface water is going to be anything that's open to the surface, irrigation, pond, lake, rivers, streams, things like that. These are a couple of pictures here as far as the drip irrigation. That's a really good picture of the drip, but if you get a hole in that, you can see where some of that spray might come up into the plant surface or the plant canopy itself. Covering that with plastic would also be a good benefit on that. And the one on the bottom is just a good picture of an irrigation on overhead. It just sprays up and over the plants themselves. I'm sorry? Yeah, spray, yeah. So if the water sprays into the plant, it's touching the edible portion of the plant or the blossoms, the fruits, and things like that. So there's more of a risk associated with that.
And I'll just quickly point out, that's a great question.
Yep.
This is a perfect opportunity to begin your risk assessment for your operation. This isn't 100% a truism, but it's a good idea to think about your water sources from high risk to lower risk, as well as how you're applying that water, drip and overhead, drip being low risk, overhead being higher risk. So this is just a good opportunity to start your risk assessment, okay? And with water, this is one of the very few times where it's really clearly outlined of how you can think about your water sources from low risk to high risk, as well as how you're applying that water, okay? Just to kind of bring this back to the food safety plan, just to start thinking about that.
Okay, so some of the things you need to start thinking about when you go home after this meeting here, think about the water source. How are you irrigating your crops? When are you irrigating them? What part of the plant are you watering? Okay, remember, if it gets onto the flowers themselves, there's a potential of contaminated water getting into the flowers that develop into the fruits that can become contaminated. So that's going to be important. Time, temperature, and sunlight contribute to pathogenic die-off. So the longer you have between the time that you irrigate the plants and the time that you harvest that produce is going to be better off, because you have more time between those two events where those pathogens can die off because of the temperature, because of the sunlight, and other factors that lead into that. So expanding the time between your irrigation and harvest is going to be important. Okay. Other points that you think about on water. It says, are you washing your produce prior to selling it? So I alluded to this earlier. So if you're washing your produce, there's nothing in the produce safety rule. It's not required that you wash your produce. You don't have to. So that's going to be up to you whether you do that, whether your buyer requires it or whether if you sell at a farmer's market, your customers require it. But it is not required that you wash. So when you add a washing step into your system, that's going to bring additional risks associated with it, because now you have another water source you need to deal with, not only with irrigation, but now with watering on itself. Okay? There is data as far as pathogen internalization via the roots. So depending on the type of water, again, there is a potential of some of those pathogens attaching to the roots and coming up into the plant itself. So there is some research out there on that. What about your hand washing for your staff? Does your staff know what water source that they should be using? How often should they be washing their hands? Do your staff have bathrooms, dedicated bathrooms for that, and do they have dedicated drinking water? Okay. So the drinking water itself is going to be important. If they go out into the field, make sure they have clean, fresh water to drink. According to the OSHA guidelines, you should have bathrooms that are about a quarter mile or a 5-minute drive away from the fields where they're picking at. Okay? It's going to be up to you whether you designate that they use the bathroom at your facilities or whether you have a field that's far away and they use something else. Keep hand washing as close to the toilet as possible. You don't want someone coming out of the toilet and going back into the fields without washing their hands. So make sure that the hand washing facilities are near the toilet itself so you can kind of visually watch to make sure that they're washing their hands. You want to be able to separate that break area from the packing house area. Okay, the employees should have a separate area away from that because they're going to be eating, they may be smoking, they may be doing other things that you don't want to be in that packing area itself. And make sure that your employees do have fresh, clean drinking water. This is a good example of a hand washing station that is available. That blue container holds the water itself, so you need the water source, which is in the blue container, the soap containers that are right next to it. That green bucket catches the water as they wash their hands. It doesn't run off onto the ground. The water is kept and held and then thrown away at a later date. Make sure that you have easy-to-use single-use towels. So single-use can be paper towels. Make sure you have a container to throw the trash away. Okay, nourishing the soil, when we start talking about soil amendments. So this is the second area I'm going to be talking about. So how many people use soil amendments? Manures, fertilizers, things like that. Okay, so a lot of people do, okay? That's important. The use of manures is going to be important because it helps to mitigate soil problems, right? Helps to break up the soil. It helps to add moisture to the soil or continue to obtain or get moisture within the soil itself, okay? But they can also induce pathogens into your cropping areas. So the biggest thing to think about is, do you use animal manures or do you use plant origins or manures or fertilizers from plant origins? That's going to be the important case as well, okay? So where do they come from? If you're using manure as an input, that manure is going to have E. coli and other pathogens that are going to get into the soil itself, okay? So when you think about that, how often, when are you putting those manures into the soil? When are you planting your plants? And when are you harvesting those plants? Are you using the manures as a side dressing? That's going to be important. You want to reduce the amount of time between the the application of manure and the harvesting of the plant itself, okay? Do any of you do composting at your facilities or at your farms? Okay, so we'll talk about that in just a second. But if you're doing composting on your site, there are certain things that you need to do, certain things you need to keep track of, and we'll talk about that in just a second. You know, what goes into that compost? You know, livestock manures. Are you monitoring and logging that process? How many people here use compost teas? Okay, so compost teas are a little bit different, okay? So all of these are going to be the animal-based inputs that we talked about are going to be riskier since those animals can carry those human pathogens. So when you talk about the animal origins, who produces them? So does anybody buy them or their neighbor brings them compost that they use on their farms? Okay, so the big thing is that if you have a compost pile that you're using and you are looking at the time and temperatures of that compost pile, that's going to be important. If you buy the compost in, which none of you do, you should make sure that you get a certificate from the buyer or from the seller stating that they have applied correct time and temperature turnings to that compost to reduce those microbial contaminants. And we're talking about thermophilic. We're talking about that heat process within that compost pile, okay? So if you buy it in and no one does, just make sure that you get that third-party provider to give you that documentation that you'll need, okay? So if you are composting, where is it stored on your farm? The biggest thing you need to think about is that that compost needs to be far away from your production fields. You don't want it to have rain hitting it and having the leachates or the water that going through the compost pile that is now running downfield into your production field itself, okay? When are you applying it during the season? Okay, most people apply their manures and their compost in the spring so that it has time to break down, and that's going to be important. Some people use it as a side dressing a little bit later because they need that extra nutrient that is associated with it. But there is still research when we talk about animal contaminants and how long it's going to take to break down or the contamination associated with it. There's still a lot of research out there about intervals for application. If you look at the FSMA produce safety rule, it says if you're using untreated manures, there's a 0-day interval, meaning that you can go ahead and apply it and go back into the field. But you have to stop and think, what's the ick factor? Ooh, what's the ick factor on that, right? So you don't want to apply the manure and then go back out and pick on the same day. That's not going to be important. So there are specific intervals that you need to think about for soil amendments. And because the research is still unclear at this point, the National Organic Program practices for standards on the 90-120-day rule. And the NOP guidelines state that for crops that are grown above ground, where the produce is going to be above ground and you harvest it above ground, you can wait 90 days from the time that you apply that manure to the time of harvest. If you're growing crops that are underground, like root crops, potatoes, anything, carrots, things like that, then you're going to wait 120 days because it's going to take longer. They want to have that longer period between application and harvest. So that 90-120-day rule is going to be important for the National Organic Program. So composting on site, there are a few that do that. Make sure that you are monitoring and logging your composting process. Okay, time and temperatures are going to be critical for making sure that these pathogens are going to be killed. Okay, so what you're looking for is a thermophilic, where it's going to be heat, which means that that compost pile is going to reach a temperature of 131 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit. And you will need a thermometer, much like what you see on that screen there, to be able to monitor the temperatures for at least 3 days. It should stay up in that area. If it gets to that temperature and then drops down after the second day, it's not hot enough to be able to kill those microorganisms, okay? So make sure that you document your times and turnings. If you turn it There are different treatment standards, also on the application intervals, and it's generally under the FSMA Produce Safety Rule under 112.56A, depending on the type of microorganisms that you're trying to kill off, okay? Now, with compost, make sure that your compost, after it does do the composting period and the temperature starts to go down later on, it does need to go through that curing process. So make sure that you have it. That takes about 40 days after the temperature starts to reduce. So make sure that that curing process occurs. If you use that compost while it's still hot, it's going to damage the roots on that. Okay. Any type of post-consumer vegetable waste should not go in there. What do I mean by that? That means the scraps that you got from the dinner table after everybody has eaten, those scraps should not go into the compost pile because it's animal origin. The saliva that may be attached to that product that you're throwing away, that is post-consumer vegetative waste, okay? And they can carry human pathogens, so make sure that you're aware of that. As far as soil amendments on compost teas, how long you brew it, what you add to it is going to be important. When you add the sugars and you add those microbes to the compost tea, you are creating an environment where more bacterial contamination can grow. So that's going to be important to think about. So sugars, molasses, things like that. When you apply your tea, so when you develop the tea, it's going to be important that you use water that has no generic E. coli, and if possible, use any type of manures that have already been composted and treated. Okay, that would be the best way to do that. Some people don't. Some people want to go ahead and use the water just out of the tap or the well and then put the manures in there and let it steep for a while. So it's going to be important that you understand the risks that are associated with the compost teas and what crops that you're going to apply it to. Yes? Okay, vermicomposting is worm composting, okay? And so according to the FSMA Produce Safety Rule, worm composting is considered untreated manures, and you should treat it as such. So you should be able to have some sort of composting associated with it. And the reason is that there is no heat associated with vermicomposting as it is for regular composting. So treat it as untreated manures. Okay, good question. Any other questions so far?
I'll take that really quick. So post-consumer vegetative waste, that's a USDA term. It's kind of a confusing term. That's different than what you're talking about. So anything that's pre-consumer, whether it's produce that are calls on your farm, let's say working with a restaurant that's doing mise en place work and they have celery stalks and stuff they're saving for you, that's different than post-consumer. Post-consumer is when you take your table scraps with meat, potatoes, cooked products on it. Right. You can compost that, but it's not. You shouldn't. An urban farm shouldn't be composting that unless you're doing some sort of anaerobic digesting or have a really sophisticated operation like that. That's specifically what that's calling out. You absolutely can compost post-consumer, but it's generally for small farm to do it.
Good question. Anything else? Okay. Other food safety risks that you have, especially in urban ag, is that you're going to have the heavy metals within the soils. Make sure you do some sort of a site assessment before you do any planting. Make sure you know what the history of the land is before you start using it. Make sure that you understand what the adjacent land use is. Your neighbors, if you have a river or a creek that's running through your property and you're using that surface water on your crops, and it goes through your neighbor's property as well, there may be a dead deer on your neighbor's property and you don't know it, right? And it's coming downstream. So make sure that you understand what the adjacent land use is. What are your neighbors doing? What type of livestock do they have? Where is it located at? What type of practices do they have? If you have any type of unsanitary or damaged equipment, that can also pose pathogen risks on your farm. especially if you don't clean and sanitize the equipment as well. If you have a small farm and you allow visitors on the farm, if you have volunteers that come on the farm that help you pick or clean or do anything like that, it's important that they are aware of your food safety trainings. They are aware of your food safety policies on the farm before they go out into the field, okay? That's going to be an important concept. And that training should be documented. You should have documentation anytime you train your employees. Guests should be made aware if you have a walk-in, somebody comes in and helps you with it again. It's going to be important that they are aware of those policies. Make sure that you maybe have them wash their hands before they start working. Sampling produce, if they're helping to harvest and they're in the packing house and you have livestock and they work with them, make sure you try and clean or change the clothes before they go into the packing house. These are the things that you think about when you think about risks on the farm itself. Okay, this is a good example of a lettuce washing machine. If you've never seen one before, those tend to, I've seen some that are fairly good. I've seen some that are really, really bad, where the lettuce will go in there and it's a high agitation spin where it's going to spin that water off from the lettuce itself, and the lettuce stays in that orange bin. And you pull up the orange bin. But what you have down inside that washing machine is that residual water, is that residual organic matter that came through that basket and goes to the bottom of that washing machine. Those are the areas where you need to start focusing on risk, because those where the microbes are going to film, biofilms are going to form, and things like that. Okay? Just a brief interview on all of this. Any questions? It's more to get you to start thinking about what's on your farm and what you're doing.
So, how's everybody doing? All right, so we're behind on the agenda, unfortunately. These things happen. So we're right at the point where we have a designated 10-minute break. How are we feeling? Do we need to get up and do a quick breather, bathroom? What do we feel? Right? Okay. We are.
Here, Zach.
We're going to be doing a bit of a working lunch, and we're going to try to cram a bunch of stuff in that working lunch. So if we think we need a 5 to 10 minute breather, this would be potentially a good time to do that. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of push through because we still have a lot to cover. Are we good with that? I mean, if you need to get up and go to the bathroom, we absolutely can. So this isn't like the produce safety training where you have to be here for every single session. So, okay, let's go ahead and just kind of push through a little bit then. And the lunch will be coming at noon, and it will be a bit of a working lunch. So what we're going to try to do now is set you up for a risk assessment exercise, okay? And this is something, when we designed this training initially, this next part I'm going to do is kind of end of day one, and this was going to be an overnight or kind of a multi-day exercise that the participants were going to do themselves, and then come back for the second part of the training, and then kind of present what they've come up with and kind of troubleshoot. But since we're just here today, and this is just a one-day training, we're going to try to cram this together in with this part and the second part of the morning session. And I'm sure you do have a lot of questions. I know Lori asked that. There was a few great questions asked. That was really just kind of a quick crash course on some of the risks that you need to start thinking about. And by no means did we cover every possible risk that you need to factor in. So I just wanted to prepare you for that. I'm sure you have more questions during the lunch, afterwards. I'm around. I'm here in Cook County, so you can reach out to me anytime if you have any of these specific questions, and I can help walk you through that. So I don't want you to feel rushed like we're trying to just steamroll through this, but we are trying to get you to do this risk assessment and begin to write your food safety plan. And like I said, the produce safety rule training, we'll be offering that again this year. So if you haven't taken that yet, we'll spend a lot more time discussing those individual risks. So with this exercise, and it is actually going to be in your in the slide set, some of the specific instructions, and you have a pencil. Lori's passing out graph paper. We have some set of rulers out there that you can use. You don't have to use a ruler, but really, the first step in your food safety plan writing journey is to do this risk assessment exercise. So those slides that Lori covered, you notice all of those are kind of in a form of a question. So you're asking yourself these questions about different parts of your operation, okay? And the next step is to kind of, what I think is the best next step is to do kind of a visual exercise for this, okay? So kind of begin to mapping out your farm, beginning to mapping out kind of the farm flows of, you know, where produce is harvested, how it comes into a handling area, a washing, packing area, where your porta potties are located, where compost is. This is an important initial step to your food safety plan. And pretty much in every food safety plan that I've ever seen, or in any template, at the beginning there usually is some sort of map, some sort of visual representation of the farm. So I think this is a really good starting point. And coupled with this, let me grab it really quick. Coupled with this visual exercise, in your handbook that we put together, the first like 6 to 7 pages are actually 3 different examples of kind of a written checklist for your risk assessment. Okay, so what I'm kind of recommending you start to work on as I take you through this, and as we kind of work in this next session through the working lunch and until the next speakers after lunch, is to begin to kind of sketch out your farm, sketch out the major areas, production areas, break areas, washing, packing areas, farm flows possibly, and you can go through this workbook, and you don't have to do all of them, but we gave you a few different examples. So this first one, it just says on-farm risk assessment checklist. It's just a series of questions, very similar questions that we just covered in the previous slides. The one that I actually like the best, that I think is a really great starting point. Yeah, question. Yeah, this book right here, the one that says Food Safety Bootcamp for Small Growers. This is the book I'm referring to. If you can turn to this is actually, of the 3 that we have, this is the second one. You'll get to this page that says Checklist for Retail Purchasing of Local Fresh Produce. This is actually developed by Iowa State, and I really like this checklist because it's kind of in a checklist format that when we actually look at what one of these USDA GAP-GIP checklists looks like, it looks very similar to this, although there's a lot more detail in those. But it begins to get you to kind of fill out some of this really critical information that should be part of your food safety plan. Now, this is not a substitute for a food safety plan, but this is, I think, a really excellent checklist to begin your risk assessment. And then after that, I think there is another kind of more detailed on-farm risk assessment template you can use. So there's 3 of them. We're not saying do all 3 of them, but we're just giving you 3 examples of kind of a written beginning checklist that you can begin to walk through the different parts of your operation and figure out if you have these things in place or you don't, okay? And coupled with that, I really think it would be a great opportunity right now to start with this visual mapping exercise, okay? So let me show you a couple examples of what that might look like. In fact, in this slide, this isn't in your slide set. I added this picture this morning because this picture, not in the top right-hand corner, but right in the middle right there, the last time we did this workshop at the Springfield Conference in January, this was a participant that went through this exercise with us. In just a few minutes, they kind of sketched out their farm operation. They were looking at kind of the different slopes like Lori was talking about, production areas, animal areas, and maybe other areas of concern of adjacent land use. They just did a really quick, simple exercise, and they actually volunteered to get up and kind of show everyone what they did. I'm not going to require that any of you do that, but if maybe by the end of the lunch period, if you've come up with a map of your operation and you wanted to share it, we'd be more than happy to have you do that. Okay, so that's just an example of what that looks like. Let me just really quickly take you through kind of another visual example of what I mean by this. And this is actually a map of one of the Windy City Harvest youth farms that Rachel actually developed. This is Rachel's map. She developed this, and rather than reinvent the wheel, I just want to use hers because I think she did such a great job. So here's kind of an overhead Google Earth image of the farm that she was managing at the time. And this is actually a really good place to start. I mean, you can draw it out right now for the purposes of this exercise, but if you really want to have really great detail that you can put in a food safety plan, taking a screenshot of a high quality Google Earth image, maybe a recent Google Earth image of your farm, and then begin to kind of fill in some of these. I did this in PowerPoint, but there's a lot of different ways you can kind of add to this. You could actually just print it out and draw on it too if you wanted to. So in this case, Rachel has a lot of the key elements of this farm map. She has kind of the cardinal direction, right? So she has that north arrow in the top left-hand corner so we can kind of orient ourselves to the site. She has a bit of a map key or a legend. So if an auditor was looking at this, they could very easily figure out, okay, here is where the compost area is, here's wash pack, here are the entrances, the different production areas. So it's really nicely laid out in that sense. So I went ahead and added a couple things here, these text boxes. So the first thing you'll notice is she actually didn't have the compost, or she did have the compost area outlined. But in this case, I'm going to show you a tool where you can do this in a second. I know that the slope in that compost area that you can see right there in the middle, it actually slopes away from the production area, and I'll show you how I figured that out. So you can see that I've kind of noted that on the map, that the compost area slopes away from the produce, and there's kind of a visual representation of that. That would be a really excellent thing that the auditor would want to see, to say, okay, great. They've identified where they're composting, and then it moves away from the production area, so none of that leachate is going to move into the space. So that would be like a red flag area to address right away. In the kind of bottom left-hand portion of this picture, you see it says wash pack drain line. So Lori mentioned if we are washing our produce in our wash pack areas, what are we doing with that dirty water afterwards? Okay, we're hopefully not reusing that water for anything in the production space, hand washing, anything like that. We need to move that water away from the site. Okay, we can talk offline about what you should be doing with that in terms of state, local, federal laws as it relates to disposal of water. But you should kind of have that identified in the map. And you can see here I have that little blue line that kind of represents a drain line that's kind of maybe going out to the city sewer system or the stormwater system, depending on what the regulations are. So that would be like an area to red flag and have maybe mapped out in terms of flow for your operation. The next thing here, you can see that there are some raised beds and a high tunnel very close to their washing and packing area. So it would be important to note that none of that water coming off the wash pack area is going to contaminate those raised beds, and just kind of maybe focusing on an area like that. And then the final example would be, you can see there's a porta potty that they have in the as far away from the wash pack and as far away as they can be in terms of production areas. I know you see that that's really close to one of their large raised bed areas, but identifying that and having risk mitigation in case the auditor says, well, okay, great, you have the porta potty far away, but what happens if a wind knocks it over and the porta potty leaks into that production area? What's your sort of corrective action or mitigating procedure for that? So that's just a really brief example of how you can begin this exercise. Okay, so you can use the checklist, but you can also use kind of a visual representation of this to begin in your mind starting to write down these risks. And this is the very first step that you should be taking towards writing your food safety plan. This can also be done, this is actually more of a visual SOP that Laura will talk about during the working lunch, but you can also do this as a visual exercise as well if you wanted to, in terms of how produce is entering your wash pack area dirty, how it's exiting clean, and maybe any of the intervening steps between that. So I'm showing you pictures, I'm showing you maps, because I think visualizing this for your specific operation is the excellent first step that you should take. I mentioned some farm mapping tools to measure things like slope and distances. Could have a whole workshop just on this, but I just wanted to point this out. How many of us, I know most of us probably heard of Google Maps or Google Earth. How many of us have heard or used Google Earth Pro? Anybody? I see one, I see two, I see a couple. So this is an excellent free platform that's out there. It used to be like a $400 software package you'd have to buy from Google. Now it's 100% free, and you just can download it. You can download it only for your desktop. but you wouldn't really want to do any of this on your phone even if you could. So it's 100% desktop plug-in, and there's a lot I can talk about with this, but the real kind of baseline tools, they have a whole set of toolkits right here. This one, I actually have this GIS, it stands for Geographic Information Systems. You can actually input these layers in Google Earth, and what you're seeing here, you see those yellow lines. That's actually the USDA soil web survey map that I have overlaid my site. So that isn't particularly relevant to food safety, but it just shows you how cool this software package is, because you can overlay lots of different, if there's a GIS map for it, you can overlay it on Google Earth Pro essentially. But the real neat thing about this software package is the historical imagery and the sort of distance measurement tools and slope measurement tools. So they have a few tools on here where you can kind of go back in time for your site, and you can actually see historical images of your farm site if it's been developed for a while. Or if you have, like we mentioned, that Lori just mentioned, if you're wanting to know previous land use for site assessment, adjacent land use, the historical images feature in Google Earth Pro is excellent for that. So you can have an idea of like, oh, this is an open green space I'm trying to develop for this vacant lot. Oh, it looks like there was a gas station there before it was a vacant lot. That would be really important information to know if you're looking to develop an urban farm on that site. What you see here is actually a visual representation of their slope measurement tool. So you can actually draw these lines, and it kind of shows you in real time a kind of cross-section of what the slope is on your site. So rather than hiring a civil engineer or learning how to do surveying yourself, you can do a real quick desktop survey of your site to see where slopes are, where there might be runoff concerns, ponding concerns. It's a really excellent tool. You don't have to use this for your site assessment, but I think it's a real powerful tool to begin kind of mapping your farm and figuring out what to do. All right, so here's the crux of the exercise right here. Yep. 100% free. I mentioned that. It used to be a $400 software package, 100% free. Integrated API from Google Earth. Just type in Google Earth Pro, you can download it today. Okay, so this brings us to the kind of crux of this exercise, and here are kind of your instructions for this exercise. Again, this is not required, but this, and in terms of time, I don't think we really have time to give you a 10 to 15 minute period where you can work on this. But this is definitely something when we're doing a break or kind of during the working lunch while you're eating, you can begin to kind of sketch this out, okay? So what I would recommend is kind of do this, what I call the back of the napkin risk assessment for your farm. So we've given you some paper, graph paper, pencils, rulers, and just kind of begin to sketch out a rough, map of your farm. And this is an opportunity for you to begin to think about these kind of risk spotlights that we've already discussed, and maybe kind of find, 1 to 3 kind of weaknesses that you have that you can identify just from kind of mapping this out, of thinking, okay, I didn't think about that kind of control point, or I didn't think about the porta potty being there, or not having a hand washing station here. This is the opportunity for you to kind of do that. Tangentially, what you can do, especially if you're a farm that has a team, maybe you can start to think about some of these food safety risk practices and how your team is going to be handling that. Whether you're training specific people to spot certain things on your farm that are food safety risks, or that have very specific food safety responsibilities, like cleaning the wash pack area, sanitizing harvest totes, things of that nature. So this is kind of our exercise homework for you to begin, is to begin to kind of map out your site and to think about these kind of 1 to 3 food safety weakness spots on your specific farm, okay? So let me look at the time here. We've got 11:25. Lunch will be coming in 35 minutes. So I guess right here, this could be an opportunity for us to, if we want to take a few minutes to do this, or if we have any clarifying questions, we can kind of pause and answer some of those questions. But I think maybe I do want to give you just a few minutes to kind of begin sketching this out, begin going through the checklist and thinking about this. I see some of you here individually, but some of you are here with others, so maybe you can start to brainstorm some of these ideas. So anything anyone wants to kind of mention or bring up or add, or any concerns, thoughts? Yes.
Different of, say, if I was going to be using a lot within a city space. So how would I start setting that up in the mindset of what you're asking of us? So I know that I have a quarter acre lot. What would you think I should have as a consideration?
So, I mean, a lot of it kind of comes back to this example that I gave you right here with this farm map right here. I think, you know, this is a little bit more focused specifically on the lot, but if you can kind of visually zoom out a little bit more and kind of look at some things that are going around immediately on the site in terms of adjacent land use, what's going on next door. Zoning is an important thing to consider with using new lots. There's some distinction I know in the Chicago Urban Ag Zoning Ordinance about residential versus commercial. I know in some cases if it's more of a community-based or nonprofit urban farm, you can get away with doing bigger projects like this in residential spaces, but in other areas you might have to be zoned commercial. So those are some of the very first considerations to think about. As well as, you know, this kind of site history. So I mentioned the Google Earth Pro tool. That might be a good thing when you go home to kind of download that and kind of look at that site if you have an address. The first time, when people actually reach out to me and they say, hey, I have this address, this site I'm potentially looking at, the very first thing I do is say, what's the address? I throw it into Google Earth Pro and I start to kind of look at it myself in terms of looking at slope, looking at previous land use, looking at what's going on with your neighbors right around you. Those are some of the things that I definitely think you should start with thinking about. You know, Lori, some of the context that Lori was bringing in terms of adjacent land use are a little bit more rural examples. So we're thinking about, you know, neighbors that might have animals or confined animal feedlot operations. In urban settings, you know, those might not, in some cases there might be an urban farm next door or livestock next door, but a lot of times we might have other concerns like, you know, parking lots or gas stations or other, you know, more of these chemical environmental risks than these microbial risks. So it's a good question, and, you know, it's not too, and that was why I mentioned this earlier in terms of the microbial versus physical and chemical risks. It's not that we're trying to get you to completely just think about microbial risk, because absolutely in any urban setting there are a lot of chemical environmental risks that we need to consider. So I definitely think for urban farms that should be part of your starting risk assessment, even though if like with FSMA regulation and an auditor they may not be concerned about that. That's definitely something you should be concerned about. So that's a great question. Thanks. Yeah, question in the back. No, we have a microphone coming to you.
Sorry, I'm late. Maybe you already covered this. When you say the urban people do we have a limited on to be a farmer in the urban area? Does it have any, what do you call, the acreage limitation, too much, too small, qualification of the farmers wanted to do, and then the thirdly is this gap and FSMA require us to have those before we can start farming.
So great question, and I'll try to reiterate it so for everyone to hear if they didn't hear that. So the question, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is are there considerations for your farm size, right? You asked acreage, but I'll really quickly kind of pivot that towards gross sales. And how does that affect your compliance with federal food safety regulations, as well as potentially these third-party gap audits? So it's a great question. And there is a concern related to food safety regulation, and it has everything to do with your gross sales, okay? There are some other sort of qualifying exemption criteria that you can look at. If you weren't here earlier, I did mention this, and before I get too far into the details of it, suffice it to say that most urban farms, I would say in general, probably have what's known as a qualified exemption to the federal produce safety rule standard, okay? Now, I say that, but you shouldn't take that as, okay, I'm checking out, not listening to anything else Zach says here because I'm qualified exempt, I don't have to have a food safety plan. There are some interesting things within the rule. So for instance, if let's say you are a small urban farm, you're selling 51% or more to farmers markets, directly to consumers through CSA, subscription, website, restaurants, all of that. And you're under, let's say, $500,000 in total sales, inflation adjusted back to 2011, it's now like $650,000 in gross sales. And it's within a 275-mile kind of radius from where you're at, yes, you would have a qualified exemption to the rule. But let's say, for instance, someone does get sick from eating your spinach. The FDA actually has the ability to immediately withdraw your qualified exemption, and you have to have immediate compliance with the produce safety rule. So I have actually never heard, this is such a new regulation that in terms of farms being inspected, I have not heard of that happening once yet. But it's just something to note. I think there is a way that you can appeal that and get back your qualified exempt status, but it's just something that all small qualified exempt farms should know is that, if let's in the unlikely event, I'm not saying it's going to happen, or I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but let's just say in the exceedingly unlikely event that you were to get somebody sick, your qualified exempt status could be rescinded immediately. So I'm saying all that and part of the reason why we're here is to at least get you to begin to go through this risk assessment process, do this checklist, do this mapping exercise, and then we're going to walk you through here in a little bit actually building a full food safety plan and getting that audit certified. Okay? So that I'll kind of preempt that with that. That's kind of the main consideration. For these third-party gap audits that we'll talk about here in a moment, these are 100% voluntary. I made the analogy to organic certification. So, a farm doesn't have to be organic certified. They're organic certified because, right, it could be a philosophical consideration for their sustainable farming ethos, but a lot of times it's because they have a market that they want to sell to, an organic market that requires that farm to be organic certified. So you have to build an organic management plan, get an organic certified auditor to come look at your plan and make sure you're following that plan, and you pay for it, and that's a totally voluntary thing. That's what these third-party GAP-GIP USDA audit services are. USDA offers an amazing suite of these services. There's other private companies that can audit your farm for you as well. But these are separate from the regulation that you mentioned before. So your farm size is, with the regulation, it's really tied to that amount of sales, who you're selling to, and things of that nature. So, it is a relief to know that small farms have this sort of qualified exemption, but it's not set in stone that thou shalt always have that qualified exemption, in the unlikely event that your farm is implicated in a foodborne illness outbreak. So it's just something to consider with that. I was going to add on to that, but I didn't want to go too long with this answer. So the question is how do we prove that we're qualified exempt? It's a great question. There is no implicit requirement within the rule that says you have to keep these records to prove to the FDA that you are qualified exempt. But if they ever want you to prove that they are, if they ever find out that you're a farm, right, somehow, and they're like, hey, why are we not inspecting this farm? You need to have records to prove that. So it's a good idea if you're not keeping track of gross sales to keep track of those gross sales and have those records on hand so you can prove that. It's not required, but you should prove that. But you're not going to be required to register as a farm with the FDA. That's not a requirement.
Laurie?
So the handout that you had looking at the surveys earlier that Zach was going through, if you go a little bit further in, you're going to see a green and white sheet that says records required by the produce safety rule. It's a green sheet. It's going to look just like this in that same packet. And within that packet, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but within this packet here, it will also, it's in this book here. It has a form in there. It's called Records Required, green and white copy. Just pass the surveys. There, you just passed it. There you go. Now, a couple of sheets in, there's going to be a document in there that says qualified farms, qualified exemptions. Keep flipping through the pack until you find it. It's going to say qualified exemption review template. There are templates in this form that you can use to determine whether you are qualified exempt or not. And this is a really good handout that Praddock put together for you to take home and be familiar with. Okay? So if you can't find it, let me know. We'll find it on our break. Okay? But it is there for you to use.
Thanks for pointing that out, Lori. And again, we don't want to go too far down the produce safety rule rabbit hole because, again, like we mentioned, we have a whole separate 8-hour training for that. And I would recommend if you haven't taken that training, even if you are qualified exempt and don't think that PSR applies to you currently, you should still take the training because we go in much more depth about the risks and how to manage them, as well as getting you more familiar with the produce safety rule itself. So I think that's all we'll mention about that. Definitely come up to us if you have more questions about the difference. But really, again, back to the crux of why we're here. Whether it's produce safety rule related, whether you're going to do a gap audit, or whether you're not going to do neither of those things, but you still want to have a good, robust food safety system for your farm. This exercise, doing the risk assessment checklist, and beginning to develop just even a semblance of a food safety plan, I think everybody should do that. I think even if you are a community garden, right, that has multiple members and you're donating produce, you should have some semblance of a food safety plan. So again, this seems like it's going to take a long time. It seems complicated, but it can be very, very simple to start. We're not really asking you to write a novel or a novella. This is just some real basic steps to see if you have some of these food safety practices in place, begin to map it out, begin to visualize it, and then all of this is going to start to kind of come full circle, okay? Really quickly, I think what we'll do is continue to work on that checklist, continue to work on your mapping exercise, but I want to set you up for this next section here that'll carry us through the working lunch, is that once you do this risk assessment, now you need to address those risks, okay? I would say risk assessment, beginning to assemble the food safety plan, but then also implementing some of these risk reduction practices at the same time is important. We're kind of offering this training at probably the worst time we could be offering it. I mean, any time is a good time, but really this is probably a good exercise to do at the end of the growing season through the winter when you're doing all of your other planning, refining the food safety plan, making changes, and then have that plan ready to go for the growing season. It's really difficult to fully implement a new plan right when you're in the middle of a growing season. But and if you've never done it before, you can always, kind of begin to put this together. So once you've highlighted all these risks, you've started to map this out, it's really important, I think, at that point to kind of step back and take a deep breath, because you're probably already panicking a little bit. There's panic building in you. But once you've identified these risks, there's a good chance you're doing a lot of these things anyway, right? I'm sure a lot of you have hand washing stations in place. You have porta potties that are managed on a regular basis. You are making sure the compost you're producing or purchasing in is tested or certified properly. So there are things you probably already are doing. You just kind of need to organize that into a more formal plan that you have as a document, essentially, that you could show to an auditor. If you're going to get third-party audited, you could show to a buyer. You could show to an inspector if you were to ever get inspected. So if you're just new to this, take a deep breath, and you don't have to address everything at once. I mean, definitely start with the low-hanging fruit. If you don't have a hand washing station, get a hand washing station, right? It can be as simple as that. If you're thinking, oh, I don't even have a structure, infrastructure to kind of wash and pack my produce, that's probably going to be something that's going to take a while, right? So maybe there's an intermediate step of, setting up a pop-up tent and some washable and sanitizable tables with some washable and sanitizable bins, okay? So I think that you can set yourself up for short-term changes with the risk assessment and then long-term changes. So categorize those different things. Break it down task by task, section by section, season by season. And definitely set realistic timelines for this. Again, if you don't have requirement for FSMA initially, you're not initially thinking you're going to get a gap audit this year, you have time to build this out, okay? Take your time, be thoughtful about it, and slowly put it together. Really, we've kind of discussed all these points here. It's an ever-evolving process. This isn't something that once you have your food safety system in place, that's it. It's never going to change. Things are constantly evolving. I actually have a couple pictures in here that I keep wanting to bring up as examples, but because of time, we don't have one. This is a great example right here. This is at our demonstration farm. We aren't a for-profit farm or a research farm. We do donate our produce. But this is an example of just kind of a washing area for root crops that we have set up right in the middle of the field. Now, there's a lot of things I'm super critical about with this, but this is all we had in the moment, and it was kind of, a better option than just throwing those roots on the ground and washing them with a high-pressure hose. So this is absolutely something that I would want to make better and refine and make into a more formalized system. But sometimes you kind of have to take intermediate steps before you kind of get to your end goal. But every time you do that, think about risk mitigation along those lines. Okay, so the next step in this process is to take your risk assessment, which, again, this is an exercise I'm wanting you to start right now, but I recognize it's going to take some time. But once you've done that risk assessment and you've begun to kind of think about some of these things you're going to implement on your farm to reduce these risks, the next thing that you need to do is to assemble this into a food safety plan. Two quick things before we jump into this. A food safety plan, a written plan, and we have multiple templates in the handouts for you here, is a requirement if you're going to do a third-party gap audit, like the USDA GAP GIP or USDA Harmonized GAP. It's an absolute 100% requirement that you have a written, documented food safety plan covering a lot of what we've talked about, your risk assessment, farm maps, corrective actions, risk reduction strategies, all of that, records, everything. For FSMA, for the PSR regulation, it's surprising that they actually don't require you to have a farm food safety plan, but I can't see any other way that if you are a farm that is going to get inspected by the FDA, that you can showcase what your farm food safety systems are without having a written food safety plan. So if you think that one day you're going to become PSR, that you're not going to be exempt from the produce safety rule, I still recommend writing a food safety plan. If you think you're one day going to need or want to have a gap audit, you need absolutely to have a written food safety plan, okay? So this next part that we're going to go through is really just kind of outlining what that specifically looks like. How are you taking your documented risk assessment and risk reduction practices and formalizing that and putting that into the plan, okay? So a couple things to note here. This is kind of the end of one slide set. There is a little QR code right there, and I have a little link. That's actually to a Google resource folder that has most of what's in this packet and most of what we printed out, plus some other stuff, you can refer to that anytime you want. It actually has digital versions of the Farm Food Safety Plan, both in PDF and Word form. So you could easily start with these templates and begin to craft them for your specific operation. So I want to note that link. My email is in there, and this will come up again at the end of this final presentation right here that we're just going to jump right into.
So Jack,
Yeah, go ahead.
so the flash drive that you have in your package also has the same information, but there are more things, than what you find in the Google Drive. So please use the flash drive, if you will, offline, if you want to use those.
Thanks for pointing that out. And yes, so the Google, and you actually see a bunch of hyperlinks in this presentation. Initially, we were doing this on Zoom kind of during the COVID period. So you could click on the hyperlinks and everything had to be done digitally. So we have a lot of links and folders. But since we're here in person, yes, we printed some things out. But I forgot that we do have that zip drive that contains all this stuff in a digital format. So in terms of writing the food safety plan, this is really your first step if along your third-party gap audit journey. So if you determine that your buyer is requiring it, or you just want to do it to expand your markets, and you're going to do let's say the USDA gap GIP audit, which is their very basic entry-level gap audit program that they offer. The first thing that you really need to do after this risk assessment is put together your farm food safety plan. And remember, this is a living document. It can and should change. I was just talking to Gwen before this about their farm food safety plan at Talking Farm and how it's been in existence for a while, but she needs to review it. So this is something that, once you've written the plan and have it in place, you're probably constantly going to be changing it. But again, I would only recommend doing this at the right time of the year, right? You don't want to make drastic changes like right now. Maybe at the end of the year, once you kind of are doing your review of the year, doing some of your production planning, that might be a time when you can also edit or revise your farm food safety plan. Review it annually. Don't include anything that you're not already doing, right? And this is actually another great point. We have this farm food safety plan right here. This was actually developed by myself and Lori George. And this is actually based on the gap GIP food safety plan we had for the student farm project I used to manage on our main campus in Urbana. So we took that and we actually did incorporate some of the PSR regulation rules into it. But as you'll see, this food safety plan template is modeled after the checklist for the USDA gap GIP third-party audit. So this is a template you can use, but you need to make it your own. Don't just take this 30-page document that we've given you, just change the name of the farm, the address, put a little farm map in it, and say, boom, I'm done. This is my farm food safety plan. An auditor is going to see right through that almost instantly. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've given you a template, but what you need to do is dissect that template, take out everything that you're not doing, and put in everything that you are doing. You might be doing some similar stuff, but you needed to revise it, make it your own, and make sure it's a plan that you as the farm owner or the food safety manager, that you intimately understand, okay? Because when you do these third-party audits, the auditor is going to test you on your knowledge of this plan. There's a lot that they can check off on their checklist just by reviewing the plan, but there's going to be a lot that they're going to test you on, so you need to make sure that you actually know what is in your food safety plan. Okay, so here's just this is kind of taking you through a little bit of the intro to that farm food safety plan. Again, noted in here, you can't see it well in the slide set, but we did include in this template some of the produce safety rule regulations that overlap with the GAP audit program. There's a lot of confusion. I know I keep saying GAP versus FSMA, but they really are two separate things, right? One is the regulatory concern that some farms have to comply with, but USDA GAP audits are 100% voluntary. So they're very similar in a lot of ways, but there are some key differences. And this template that we put together we went through that extra effort to highlight those things. So we kind of have merged this into almost a universal food safety plan template you could potentially use for both, right? Okay, so here's the crux of what goes into the plan. And this example right here, these images that you see, this is specifically for one of the USDA's audit programs. And it's, again, they're very basic audit program. It's called the GAP/GHP. It stands for Good Ag Practices or Good Handling Practices. And it's their entry-level audit scope program. They have 4 or 5 additional programs that are much more, well, I wouldn't say much more complicated, but they're a little bit more detailed about the pass-fail requirements and some of the detail that you need to have. Okay, those are Harmonized GAP, GAP Harmonized Plus that attempts to align the Harmonized GAP standard with these, Global Food Safety Initiative standards. So those are probably the most universally accepted audit scopes, but probably not the entry-level ones that most of us want to jump into. Some of this is buyer-driven, too. I need to definitely rehash that. If you're working with, let's say, a company...
Standard operating procedures that are in the manual and help to get your workers to understand what you want them to do on the farm. So it's not a staff training manual. It's basically what you're doing on the farm to help reduce the risks that we've been talking about. Okay. So your food safety plan, you're going to start small. You're going to start with something that you know. I always tell growers, tomorrow morning when you get up, put your favorite slippers on, get your cup of coffee, piece of paper and a pencil, map out your farm. You've already done that. Map out your packing house. Map out where your water source comes into the farm. Do you have septic on the farm? Where's your septic system in relation to your produce? Where's your livestock in relation to your produce field? So make sure that you start in bite-sized pieces. It's very easy to get overwhelmed when trying to develop these food safety plans, okay? So basically, once you have this food safety plan, it's going to be important that all the workers understand it. So find out what's best works for your team. When you start the training on the training itself, are you going to do it via just paper? Are you going to have demonstrations? Are you going to show them how to do hand washing and then have them each do it to show that they understand what they're supposed to do? You're going to incorporate farm-specific events to keep the information relevant, okay? Make sure that you try and do as many demonstrations, hands-on demonstrations, as you can. That really helps to set the tone of the training itself. I do better with hands-on. I don't like to read through long documents and try to understand some of the material. I'd much rather someone show me what I'm supposed to do, and I understand it a lot better that way, okay? Train regularly and train often. Now, I said that when you train your employees, you should train them when they first come in before they go out into the field, like the beginning of the season. But if you find that an employee is not washing their hands properly or don't follow the farm policies and procedures, then it's okay to pull them back and retrain them. That's going to be an important concept as well. So training often and training regularly. Make sure you have those annual refreshers. It may be somebody who's been on the farm for 20 years. It may be your spouse or a significant other, and they've helped you forever. But make sure you go through those rules and regulations, okay? Write it once. You're going to edit the information, and then you're going to update it forever. Like I said, it is a viable document that will keep changing year after year, okay? And again, tell your employees why. They need to have a reason why they're doing this. If they don't understand the why, they're not going to follow what you want them to do, okay? And basically, it's a good point to make sure that you log the training. So when you have any type of an employee training, volunteer training, make sure that you have a list of maybe the names of the people that you trained, the date. Make sure that you have what topics were covered as well. This training document will go into your food safety plan, because if you're going to follow the Food Safety Modernization Act, FSMA, it requires that trainers have this documentation. So even with GAP-GIP, it's going to be important that you show that you've had employee training, and this documentation is going to show that you did that, okay? As far as record keeping, on the handouts that we have, I showed you that green and white sheet that says records required by the produce safety rule. That's some really good information as far as what specific records are going to be required if you're going to go under the food safety plan, okay? But they also have templates in there for you. So all you have to do is take that template, put your name on it, put your farm address on there, make sure that it matches what you're doing on the farm, and use that template. You don't have to start from scratch. That's the nice thing about that, okay? Make sure you only choose what you're going to do on the farm, okay? Any type of certifications or exemptions, it's going to be important, so there is an exemption sheet in there that we showed you a little bit earlier to understand that. Know when to complete the logs every day versus once a year. A supervisor should review those documents that are in the food safety plan at least once a year or once that topic is done or finished. So make sure that you have some documentation on that, okay? There are many templates available, not just what we gave you as far as records required and that food safety plan that Zach talked about a little bit earlier. There's a lot of stuff out there on the internet, so if you have information or you're looking for something specific, go out there and help. And Zach and other trainers here in Illinois can help you if you have any questions or concerns as well, okay? Make sure you update to include the name and address of your farm. I can't say that enough. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a food safety plan where it's XYZ farm that is coming to me saying, I have all these nice documents, please look at them, and come to find out that it's ABC Farm documentation on the document itself. So make sure that you make it your own, okay? It can be physical documents. It can be up on the cloud, as Zach mentioned earlier. You can have the documents in the cloud. If an inspector comes in and he requires to see some documents, they will require it within a 24-hour period. So make sure if it is electronic that you can access it within 24 hours and that they will have access to it. So that's basically what you're looking at. So start keeping these records now. If you're not doing it, start doing it now, okay? Let the spreadsheets be your friend. And I can't, the best thing to do is if you have someone that is cleaning and sanitizing a harvesting bin, right? You're going to put that documentation on the clipboard that's going to be next to that bin where they're cleaning and sanitizing. So when they finish, all they have to do is take that pencil that's hanging and document that they did this procedure, okay? You don't want the documentations in an office behind a locked door, or you don't want it far enough away where the employees are going to say, I'll do that documentation later, and then they forget. Okay, that's going to be important. So make sure that they're your friend. Make sure that the documentation records are nearby the areas where they need to have the documentation area. Assists with a traceback system. It does assist. So as a farm supervisor or a farm owner, it's going to show you that the employees are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing once those documents have been completed. If something's missing, that's going to be an important concept. It also helps with a traceability system. So when you start working with record keeping and traceability and you're starting to sell your produce out into commerce, having that documentation of who you sold it to, when you sold it, how much you sold, that's going to be part of a traceability system because you as a grower are going to be responsible to show who you sold it to, as well as where that produce was grown from. That's going to be an important concept to start thinking about. It creates accountability system among staff regardless of the employment levels, so that's going to be important as well. And it provides you with records that you'll keep in the future as far as decision making. If you had problems with animal intrusion in your fields this year, you can document where the animals came from. Next year, you'll have that information so that if the animals come in, you'll know basically where they're coming from because you have that documentation referred to. So those records are really going to be your friend as you move out on this. And most of these records, whether it's for the produce safety rule or the GAP, you generally keep these records for 2 years. Okay? Next steps, basically, after you do all this documentation, you're going to have a traceability or a mock recall. So if you're selling to somebody like a GAP auditing and you're selling to a buyer that requires you to have a food safety plan, that food safety plan should have a traceability plan. it should show them, if they come on and review the records, what type of worker training have you had? Who did you sell that produce to? When did you sell it? How many did you sell? Okay? Being able to follow that one step forward. And when we talk about traceability and mock recall, it's going to give you an idea as to being able to follow that produce. So if there is a food issue or a food contamination issue, someone gets sick, and an inspector comes on your farm, he can say, okay, you sold 20 bags of apples or 20 pallets of apples to this buyer. Okay, show me the name and address of that buyer who it sold to. So they're taking that specific product, they're coming back on the farm and trying to trace where it was grown and who you sold it to. So basically what you're trying to do is to follow through on that, okay? Make sure that the food safety plan can be broken up into chunks. It makes it a lot easier. Do the things you know first. Document your current farm flow to generate and adopt these standard operating procedures. So anything that you do on the farm should have, hopefully, a standard operating procedure on that. And there's always other farmers out there that may have a plan that you like. You also have the extension staff that's here at U of I that can help you with developing these as well. There is a QR code as well as the resources information on there that will give you some additional information on that.
Awesome. Thank you, Lori. So that kind of comes to the end of Lori and I's section. Thank you all for tagging along on this journey with us. I know that was a lot in a very, very short period of time. But again, you have our contact information. Well, you have mine for sure. Lori's has some cards up here. Do not hesitate to reach out to me in your food safety plan writing journey. I have experience with it. I have expertise in it. I can even volunteer my services to do something that we haven't done really in the past, but I really want to help you get this right, and that is to do some of these sort of mock audits, right, to help you enact your food safety plan before you go through a real-world audit. So if you're looking to put together a food safety plan and you kind of want to test it out before you're ready to go through with one of these third-party audits, feel free to reach out to me. You can send me the plan. I can look through it with you. We can even probably arrange a site visit to come and kind of walk through your plan to give you kind of a mock feel or a test feel for what it might be like if a real auditor comes to your farm. Maybe we can even schedule a workshop if someone reaches out to me and is like, Zach, I'm ready for this. Maybe we can have other people come out and kind of walk through it together so we can kind of go through these steps together so you're not alone in the process, okay? All right, so we're gonna stop this part of it here. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. My contact information is in the handouts, but I do have some cards up here. Next, we're gonna turn it back over to Pratik, and he's gonna introduce some of our other awesome speakers. So thank you guys so much.
Hello. Thank you, Laurie and Jack, for your very informative presentation. As Jack mentioned, that this is an effort to make an abridged presentation of a non-abridged kind of a more expanded two-day version of workshop. So therefore, there are a lot of stuff in the handouts. Also, I mean, it will take you some time to digest that, probably, but there is always help. Reach out to us. Our email addresses are there in the booklet, so please feel free to reach out. So now, this is my distinct pleasure to introduce two very distinguished gentlemen who are here today, and they have been a great supporter of our program, our food safety programs. The first one is Chris Jones, who is the Senior Director of NASDA Foundation. And NASDA Foundation has been an excellent catalyst of connecting the extension, the State Department of Ag, and the foundation to the farmers, right? So this was last year, or maybe 2021, you know. Or maybe, yes. So that's when I was introduced to NASDA Foundation through our Department of Ag, and I found out an excellent group of individuals who are very dedicatedly involved in several activities. So Chris represents NASDA Foundation, and he has been graciously agreed to drive all the way from Indianapolis to here to attend this event, and this is my distinct pleasure to introduce Chris. Chris.
I won't keep you guys too long, but it's a pleasure to be here, pleasure to see everybody here. And as Pratik said, the idea with the NASDA Foundation, a lot of times you'll hear about NASDA overall, right? The National Association of State Departments of Agriculture. And we work with all 50 states and the 4 U.S. territories. Essentially, NASDA overall is an influencer of policy. They work very closely with federal, bring that down to state, state back to federal. But the foundation is I call it the fun side of things. We get to do the education, outreach, and research. We get to work with you all as producers and bring programs, ideas to life that can be used to bolster communities, to build resiliency within local sectors, and then also encourage value-add products coming out off of farms. And so we've done a lot of different things with GAP. USDA came to us a few years ago and said, how can we emphasize things with GAP? And that's where we started to come up with tools and ideas of what we can do, right? We don't want to be the regulators. We want to help educate. We want to help provide tools. We want to help provide assistance. We are not those regulators. But we've done things with GAP. We've done things with on-farm readiness reviews. That's something, as Zach mentioned, the idea of let's have a test, let's have a practice audit and things like that. Typically, we work with the state departments of ag on that. I know we're working with Illinois to build those types of programs, but if the University of Illinois is willing to do that, that just helps everyone. And we've done a lot of different activities like that. We've brought programs like Farm to Food, a Farm to Food Accelerator. Well, we'll work with producers like yourselves and really try and say, how do we take the farm products that you're already providing, potentially even selling at farmers markets, but how do we think about that from a broader perspective? Now, I've only been at the foundation for 6 months, but my background for 20 years has been in the consumer goods sector. So I've done everything from retail buying all the way through to being a general manager of manufacturing plants. So when we're talking about HACCP plants and standard operating procedures and all these policies and things, I was like, it brings me back to so many different things because I had to deal with GFSI and all these other aspects. I understand how difficult sometimes it can be, or the daunting aspect. But that's where my love and my passion is really to bring about tools that can help. And that's where you'll see some of the resources that you have, a couple books that I'm sure Pratik will be talking about this afternoon. But when it comes to GAP, some of the grower resources, as well as what we provide to stakeholders in terms of GAP. One of the things I will mention to you all, even though the NASDA Foundation isn't directly involved in this region, we are actually helping to run the Northeast Regional Food Business Center for USDA. There is a Midwestern Regional Food Business Center that covers Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan. That's being run out of Michigan State University. The idea with the Regional Food Business Center is that the centers themselves will help provide business builder grants for small producers. Basically, those grants are up to about $100,000 to invest in your own production facilities and things like that to, again, bolster what you're doing. I would highly, highly recommend reaching out to that Regional Food Business Center contact. And I'm happy to try and get you in touch with them. The business centers are just starting to roll. They'll be coming out over the next 5 years. And so I'm happy to get you in contact with them. I have cards here. But know that the NASDA Foundation can just be a resource. If you're not sure where to go, reach out to the NASDA Foundation. We can at least point you in the right direction. We can get you in touch with the right people at the State Department of Ag. Lever the State Department of Ag, lever NASDA Foundation as resources to help grow. And that's the biggest message I want you to take away from this is we're proud to support the work that Zach and Lori and Pratik do every single day with this type of session. But we want to be sure that you're continuing to receive the resources that you need and ultimately desire. I mean, for you to be here for this day shows me how committed you are to making that venture into the community and even that much better. And we want to be that resource to help you as well. Just so if we can provide any kind of tools, any kind of resources, please let us know what we can do. But certainly, I appreciate everyone being here today, and I know we'll be taking a picture later on because we want to emphasize the excitement that we have for being here and for you being a part of this group. So, Pratik, with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chris. And as Chris mentioned that, the next session of my presentation would have a lot of these materials which NASDA Foundation has developed. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But before that, my distinct pleasure again to introduce another individual who is also intimately related to some of the programs that we are running from Illinois Department of Ag. The policy advisor, Mr. Dekaria Howard, is here today. And so basically, please welcome Dekaria. And he will talk about some of the programs they're running. And I know that Michaela is here. Probably, that's something what you would be interested also. So Dekaria, please.
Again, my name is Dakari Howard. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor with the Illinois Department of Agriculture. A little bit about myself and background, I guess, with this role. I have a background in agriculture economics. I served as like a farmer, food advocate, when Lieutenant Governor was state rep within his district, and then also doing a ton of research around food insecurity and how it pertains to social injustice, racial issues, et cetera. But then, advancing from there, working with Chicago Food Policy Action Council as their supply chain development specialist, identifying different ways that we could connect farmers, more localized, BIPOC-led, women-led, veteran-owned farms, and figuring out different ways that we could, support them in entering new market channels at large. And it looks like a couple of different things. It doesn't automatically mean like we need to scale up and like identify that. Sometimes it means like we need to address like the way that we procure food in our system and making sure that it's equitable for the people who are like providing that food and growing that food. And so I'm like really excited and happy to like be joining the Department of Agriculture to carry that work forward and bring those conversations into that space. I think historically it's been a couple of different ways that you could look at agriculture. At a state level, it's like one, figuring out like what makes the state economically strong. And so that's primarily talking about like commodity cropping and farming. So looking at like beef, chicken, pork, wheat, corn, soy. And that's not a lot of stuff that like us in this room are like growing and dealing with. And instead we're looking at different ways that we could kind of accelerate and mobilize the food system as it stands right now. So more broadly, a lot of the things that I've been doing in this role has been building up context with legislators and policymakers. I'm just saying like this is like kind of like the reality of the food ecosystem that we're operating in. And not only using like my voice to advocate for that work, but also like introducing them to like you all in this room and other farmers and food providers, to saying that like we could speak to our own lived experiences, and then so we could inform like stronger policy that works directly well to like what our community needs are. Secondly, doing things like this, like community engagement and information sharing. So oftentimes like it's a partition of information between like community and what's happening behind the scenes at the state level. I think it's like really important that like we have conversations like this and spaces like this that we could hold to really get a chance to like meet one another. And just say like, hey, this is something that like, we're working on. Does this sound accurate for like what the needs are on the ground? And then also too, when we saying that like funds are kind of coming down, everybody in this room who works nonprofit kind of understands that like grants are like repetitive and like really time consuming and often like inequitable. It goes to like the best grant writer, and those who have the best grant writers, they have like a lot of funds already. So we're like really like trying to say like, okay, how can we make this a seamless process for you all, and how can we like be in collaboration to growing and developing this program. So I'm like really confident in the Department of Agriculture to say like this is a need that we need to identify, and we're going to equip ourselves with like people who kind of understand how to navigate that experience. And then identifying like just basically like what my title is, to identify different ways that like policymakers and legislators could really like support urban and peri-urban farmers, just do the work that we're already doing. And just figure out like what kind of infrastructural needs we could provide so that farmers aren't having to like leave and make those deliveries, but instead like what kind of programs can we build up for infrastructure to support like cold storage, aggregation, delivery channels, et cetera. And so that's like a broad overview of like the things that I've been working on. And also, I mean, we're just coming out of session. I've only been in this job since like February. So it's like a lot of new learning, and I hit the ground running with legislative session. So that was interesting in that way. Also to just kind of like see how like these sausages are like being made behind the scenes and what kind of conversations are being had. But really informative process, and like I'm happy to share that information with those who we kind of convene. But more directly, some of the things that we've been doing is working on, and I'm sure like most folks might be privy to it, but the local food person or local food cooperative assistance agreement, which Michaela has like really been like a great partner on. U of I Extension has really been doing a good job in kind of convening folks and saying like we need to like, instead of like, just assuming how community needs to like mobilize food, we could kind of convene community members and let them speak directly to like what might be supportive for like farmers and food business owners to engage with this program. And what this program essentially is that the USDA is like bringing down funds, $14.4 million for LFPA, 14.4, another 14.4 for LFPA plus. And this funding is coming down so that we could be able to like identify lead agencies to be able to like pay farmers at a premium price to purchase their food, and then figure out what kind of distribution channels can we get that food out to community for free or no cost, which is different from free. But yeah, like identifying like how does that like really work in the system that we're existing in right now. Secondly, like the Resilient Food System Infrastructure Program is something that like Chris was speaking to with the Resilient Food, with the Resilient Food Business Center. That's held out of Michigan State University. The Chicago Food Policy Action Council is one of the holders of some of those funds. So if you haven't gotten a chance to connect with the Chicago Food Policy Action Council, I would suggest that you reach out to Alex Jackson, who's their like comms person, or you just reach out directly to Roger Cooley, who's their executive director. I'll be happy to share the information also. And then, other things like the Illinois Grocery Store Initiative. Oh, you got a question? I'll try to, yeah. I kind of talk like an auctioneer. I'm like, put it right doing that. But I'll try to slow down. I never know what the timeline is, so I'll try to like squeeze it all in. But I'll slow down. The Illinois Grocery Store Initiative, which is $20 billion, that's coming down to support grocery stores and areas that's experiencing food apartheid. There's been an amendment carried by Representative Mary Beth Canty. It's called SB Senate Bill 850. And essentially that amendment was to just say, like, how do we support like nonprofit and community-led grocery stores be successful in that program as well? And that's a good thing for, I think, folks in this room, because they're the people who could like primarily like purchase from small to mid-sized grocers or like producers and farmers. And it's really important to like support that work to say like we could be a little bit more sensitive and adjust to what the community is saying that like we need to purchase, and then also advocating for like food literacy pieces as well, and highly nutritious products. Yes. You mentioned food apartheid. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks. So food apartheid is a term that's used in contra to like a more commonly used term called food deserts. Food deserts, it kind of gives a bad name to deserts. Deserts really serve like a really valuable function in a global ecosystem. And deserts are also like naturally occurring in like a lot of ways. What we're experiencing right now isn't naturally occurring. It's strategically placed that like we see communities of color and socioeconomically deficit communities experience like a really difficult time accessing food. And if they can't access food, ensuring that it's going to be like nutrient dense. And so like, it's been different policies in place to like establish what that system looks like. And I think like folks here in this room are like really interested in identifying different ways that we kind of combat that. And saying like, how can we really support our neighbors and achieving food sovereignty in that way. Thanks for uplifting that. And if there's another definition, we could build a conversation around that too. But also too, like the Ag Equity Commission, I guess, like, which could be like another jump from that conversation. The Ag Equity Commission has been like established, and like I think everybody's done signing, so we could kind of like get that going. But essentially, the Ag Equity Commission is a commission that's been established by the Illinois Black Caucus and the General Assembly. That's like really going to be very proactive and meeting quarterly to just like address different ways that we can kind of support farmers and food businesses throughout Illinois from a perspective of racial equity and gender equity. And so it's going to be comprised of different state representatives, agency representatives such as myself, farmers, community members, folks from the U.S. Treasury's office, or the Illinois Treasury's office, and a ton of different stakeholders to just say, like, how do we make like a holistic coalition of people who are going to address some of these deficits that we see within, equity, like in our food system. And I guess, like, before I check out, I just wanted to leave you all with a couple of different resources. Zach and I have been able to like work really closely together during my time with the Chicago Food Policy Action Council as a supply chain development specialist and certifications and safety. The work that we were doing was around the Good Food Purchasing Policy, which is a policy that's been established in Chicago and Cook County back in 2017 and 18, respectively. And essentially, that policy ensures that public institutions are going to be purchasing food directly from local, small to mid-sized, BIPOC, women-owned, veteran-owned farms, and just creating like more strong, resilient marketing channels. Now, within that, I think that it's a lot of work that needs to be done as far as like, one, identifying like different ways that people could collaborate and meeting some of those volume requirements. But then also too, like having conversations around different ways to like shift procurement practices to become a little bit more equitable. But context, our food safety portion of that work was like really strongly carried out by Zach and other team members, and our business development section was like really strongly carried by Catherine Pereira of U of I Extension also. But in the guide, it really just, one, talks about like the Good Food Purchasing Policy and who's adopted it, but then different like challenges and opportunities for like small to mid-sized farmers that's looking for like different marketing channels, different certification requirements if you want to sell to like different market channels, wholesale opportunities, some case studies, and then supportive resources. So I would say check that out for sure. I will also say within the LFPA work, with the committees that like we've established, like the planning committee, we've also broken into like subcommittees, and one of them is going to be a supportive resource subcommittee. That subcommittee is going to start having office hours for people who want to engage in like the LFPA work that's coming out, and just asking questions. I think like a lot of folks might not be as privy to like what LFPA is and like how do we engage with it, and that's normal because we're shaping that. But I think like us, like the more people who can contribute to that conversation, like the more like relevant it'll be and useful of a tool it'll be for a community at large. So please be on the lookout for that. And I can share my email if anybody doesn't have it, and they can reach out to me at any point in time. So I mentioned the Chicago Food Policy Action Council's Guide for Growers. I also want to mention Advocates for Urban Agriculture's Supportive Resource Guide. And it's a lot of nuanced information for just like, one, how to establish and build up your farm business models, et cetera. And then lastly, I wanted to just uplift the Community Food Navigator application. The Community Food Navigator is essentially like a digital platform where we'll do stuff like this, right? Like where we'll be in person and we get a chance to like network and meet a ton of different people with a ton of different backgrounds and skill sets, technical assistance, provisions, et cetera. And then what happens after we leave this room if we didn't get a chance to like make contact with somebody? Or like, is it figuring out the right time to like reach out to this person around a specific thing? Instead, this is like a digital platform. So imagine like LinkedIn for like farmers and food business owners. So you could just like place like whatever your topic point is. If you say like, hey, like, does anybody have any tips for like irrigation? Does anybody have any technical assistance opportunities coming up? Is there any trainings, et cetera? Is there any events that we should know about? It's gonna all be there. If you want to create a group around like, we want to advocate for policy around like hemp production. We want to advocate for policy around whatever. You could bake a group essentially for that, and then people could contribute to that conversation as well. and then we can just build on that when we see each other in person again after that. So I just want to uplift that. Again, I'm really excited to like see everybody here and getting this training in. It's the next step to like just building up like how resilient our food system could be hyper locally here in Chicago. So thanks. Oh, I got a question. What's up? Yep. Right. Yep. The
Hello.
That's my question. Any resources available on how to write a grant? My husband, who's deceased, he was very successful in that, but I had my own career. I didn't try to learn what he was doing.
Yeah.
Now he's gone. I've taken over, and I would like to be a, successful grant writer for my business, the farm.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. I don't immediately have any resources that I can name off. Like what I've been seeing people have success in, and also I think Chris has a good answer, but what I've been seeing success in is folks who like have been like historically like really good at receiving those grants. I've seen them kind of convene folks, and folks just tap in with them and saying like, like what kind of pointers can you give, or like can we collaborate on the grant? But I think Chris has the stronger answer.
Yeah, there are certainly tools online to learn from a small business perspective, and again, I don't have them off the top of my head, but I can get you in touch with them or send you some of those links. But as Dakari just mentioned too, one of the things that NASDA Foundation really tries to do is we try and bring groups together to apply for those grants.
Yep.
Being that nonprofit arm, there are times that we can apply for a grant that you all may not be able to. But what we can do is bring a collective group together like this to say, let's do X, Y, and Z. Instead of just applying for $50,000, $10,000 grants, let's apply for $1 million grant all together, and then it becomes sub-awards out to you all. So we just did something with the EPA, for instance. It was it focused in on the Ohio-Tennessee Valley area, habitat restoration and such, and we worked with community organizations such as this to bring it about, and we're going to award almost $2 million out to 17 projects. And so that's what as a foundation, that's what we try and do. We work with the state departments of ag to help facilitate some of that, but then provide those resources. So again, happy to get individual resources or some ideas. We can also give some examples of grants that have been successful that have applied through us. But certainly happy to do whatever we can to support the community in that way.
So another question too.
Yeah, on the grant writing question, so basically I was going to mention that in my presentation, which is coming now, and so I will actually elaborate that. We are hoping to have a similar workshop here on grant writing, because this particular workshop is funded through one of these grants. We got funding for National Institute of Food and Agriculture, NIFI, USDA, right? So the program officer from NIFA reached out to certain PIs. I'm one of those PIs, and there's a need for educating the community organization to become successful grant writers. We, as academics, we professionally write grants because that's what kind of, in a research-intensive university like University of Illinois, that's what we do day and out. So we want to share our experience, bring out a team so that train the community organization so that they become successful writing grants. Because what happens, guess what? When you guys submit these grant proposals, people like us, sit on those, selection panel, and we see a lot of these holes because, the way we actually live our, professional life is quite different from a community organization's life. So the expectation, there's a difference in expectation. So you write a proposal, it didn't get funded because, there are a lot of things. So now how to address those, how you can represent that. So that's where USDA now have an announcement, which hopefully next year we will see you on the agenda of grant writing. So basically take each and every one of that. And actually I have a small project which again, I'm collecting your information. One of the main reasons is that I will reach out to you guys for a small grant writing exercise. So kind of taking it through that. So please reach out to me, and Chris has mentioned that we should be able to provide you that help that if that's needed. Okay? Any other question? Yes. Yes, so the question is all the information the carrier that would be helpful that if we get those kind of at the list of resources and kind of,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think it's audible to everybody. So, Dickory, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a couple of different ways. I'm thinking about the LFPA work that's kind of coming in. I think identifying a lead agency and figuring out one way to connect with those lead agencies. They'll figure out the distribution for you. I would say too, if you just want access to just building that larger network and ecosystem, I would say check in with the Chicago Food Policy Action Council and get involved with some of that work around the good food purchasing policy work. And then 3, it's just a ton of resources at CIFPAC, right? But also too, joining some of those rhizome calls. They have monthly calls that address a ton of different things. One is about land access. One is about how do we build stronger resilient food systems. One is around policies that we want to uplift and advocate for. So I would say engage with some of those networks because it's a ton of relationship building that can happen within that space. And you honestly just might find somebody who's mobilizing food. For example, we got folks down here who represent Avejo and the Farm Food Familias program as well. That might be another opportunity. They collect food from different farmers, chefs, etc., and then they distribute that to families across Chicago's south and west side. And I think it might expand even further through that. But it's a ton of mobilization that's happening at the community level. And I think it takes coming into spaces like this and engaging with other larger networks to just identify what assets do folks have that we could share and build from. Hey, Don.
Question and statement bridges between both you all, the grant and access and the woman in the back statement. As we're all building things, we're building things because there was a need and whatever inspired that need, whether our own personal, our community, or illness or whatever. So we're doing that. And we're doing it because we want access right there.
Yeah.
We need funding to do that because many people responded to what they see needs to be done. And as the young woman in the back just said, she has something that is there. I want to ask all of you all, how do we discern as potential business owners, human rights providers, what is a great partnership, what is something that is predatory, and what is something that is an opportunity to fill in the requirements to get the funding? Because as we see with all of the news that we're hearing about the equity and the cannabis and all of that, a lot of people jumped on those bandwagons and then left, and so many people are really disconnected and distrusting right now.
Yep. A couple of things. I think one, identifying that it's like, I think it's a developing landscape. Like, for example, the Department of Agriculture has historically been a regulatory agency. So what we're talking about is like the price of gas, how much does this chicken weigh, vis-a-vis that means that it costs this much, pesticides, things like that. This is the first time they've like really brought in somebody to say, like, you know, let's talk about like food systems, food equity, urban agriculture, agriculture, to kind of like find some kind of congruency between the conversations that like state reps and senators are like having. I would say, like, one, like identifying those newer folks who are like changing that landscape and saying like we're bringing in this conversation and we hold like a position of like influence on like how we shape some of the program that's kind of like being established within these state agencies, city agencies, county agencies. I would also say that one thing that isn't like common knowledge with the Department of Agriculture, Illinois Department of Agriculture, is it hasn't been a grant distributing agency like ever. And so like I think that's one point of frustration that like even I had like prior to like understanding like that by joining it. And I've seen just different ways and different vehicles that the department has been able to like distribute funds through like other agencies to like figure out like what that looks like. When it comes to like business development support, it usually comes out of like the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity. When it comes to figuring out like subsidized food programming, that's coming out of like the Department of Human Services. So like your WIC, your SNAP, et cetera. So like within that, like just one, identifying like who might be those people of like support, identifying like who might be your like state representative, state senator, et cetera. Figuring out like, okay, it might be some closer offices that could like support me in doing this thing. So in Chicago, we got the Food Equity Council, which was established like during the Lightfoot administration but retained in the Johnson administration. Ruby Ferguson has been like a good player in making sure like land access, racial equity has been like a bigger conversation like within that work. So that's yep. And then we also have like the Cook County Good Food Task Force, and also I think too like strategically like a piece of information that's important. So it's not an office up here in Chicago for the Illinois Department of Agriculture. So I'm placed in the Lieutenant Governor's office corner. It gave me a cubicle, and so it's interesting because you know Lieutenant Governor is like really excited about agriculture in a big way, and it's a ton of initiatives that like they're creating and like figuring out like different ways that they could convene with folks to say like does this sound right for people. So I think it's an effort. With like new policy and new administration that's like really excited about how do we engage community voice so that we can make sure we're doing the right thing. It's like a thing with like the standpoint theory where like if you're at the center and like holding like a ton of power and you're only trusting like your siloed group of like people to like kind of inform like what kind of policies might be like informative for people out on the outside, you'll always miss because the people on the outside are saying like this is like what the reality of the situation is. And like this is how we could like we see where your power is. And this is something that we're already doing. So like, let's not make things like competitive against some of the work that's already kind of going on in the community, but figuring out like where does your power like complement some of the things that we're doing right now. And I think that's starting to become like a more it's a shift in perspective, I think, and like building like stronger policy up. So I don't know if like I had a strong answer, but like my take is like patience and like network building. So now you have like my contact information and like whatever kind of resources like I have, I'll share them with you.
There we go. I turned it back on. And again, I'll ask this question. How many people trust the government all the time? Right? No, I am not. But that's where the foundation can come in, because we are non-governmental. We're nonpartisan, and we can try and help. If something, the way I always look at it is, if something smells fishy, that's probably fishy in some form or fashion. But if there are questions about funding or a grant or what have you, certainly ask. I think we can. There are times that a group may receive money from another group, but they're very valid because we know where the money is coming from overall. You know, the Regional Food Business Center, for instance, right? You all probably never heard of the NASA Foundation before today, or very few of you probably did. But we do have that funding that can go out to the communities, right? And now we're filtering it through from NIFA, from EPA, or whatever group it may be. So there are times that we can help do that and provide some of that perspective. So we face the same challenges as we're applying for things. Does this sound too good to be true? And all of that. And so we want to be sure that we're that resource to help you all, whether it be with the state departments of ag, where we can research things together, or there might be federal or national programs that we can bring to fruition in a targeted area as a pilot program. We've done that in many areas as well. You know, if we could take Chicago as a great example, if we could take Chicago and work with Chicago as a pilot program to build something out that could then go into other urban ag areas, how cool would that be? And those are the ideas that we want to work with community leaders like yourselves, because you know what the barriers are. You know what the needs of the community are. Dakari and I'll say it this way. I'm down in Indianapolis. The Indianapolis barriers are much different than what you face in Chicago. Let's work together. Let's figure out what that is. But we can only do that by having a dialogue and being sure that we're trustful of each other. And I know when we say, well, we work with the USDA, we work with the government, sometimes that can be not the greatest. But know that the foundation is working for the community in that aspect. So we can be your guide, we can be your lever for that.
Thank you. So another question you have, okay?
Water is water is water is water. Is there a difference? We have rainwater, mineral water, purified water, spring water.
So, yeah, I think, I can take that one. Yes, I mean, when it comes to farming, yes, there are, quality differences you can kind of expect based on where from you're drawing the water. Now, from the drinking water perspective, there could be differences, as you see, that the way the water is processed. So, if I understood your question correctly, is that what would be the best water for your farming operation? That's what you want to ask, or or what kind of water is the best water? So yeah, so I think Jack has covered a little bit on that also, like depending on the type of water, or maybe Laurie, that usually the groundwater is considered to be safe water than surface water. That if you're so yeah, it depends on the source. Any other question? So thank you, Zakaria. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I can share my email because I didn't bring my cards. But if we, all right, one. My email is going to be Dakari, DAKARAI, .Howard, HOWARD, @illinois.gov. And then I can also share with you like my cell. That's more direct. I think you'll have more success like hitting me on that. But the phone number is going to be 217-836-6192. So yeah, feel free to reach out with any questions. I'm happy to connect with you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Dakariel. So we are at the very last phase of this presentation spell, and then you should have received in your materials 2 booklets like this, right? So these 2 booklets will be covered in the next section. Of course, not the booklets itself, but the information content in that. So I'm going to be fast-tracking that for the sake of the time, but there are a lot of resources in these 2 booklets. The electronic copy of the booklet is in the flash drive, the orange flash drive that you have, and all the links are there. If you go there and click, it will take you to the resource page of that one, and the entire presentation for these 2 booklets are actually recorded as a YouTube video and is on the NASDA website, NASDA Foundation's website. So basically, and I will talk about that in a minute. Okay. So this is the presentation, and that's also in your handout, as I mentioned, that we are going to cover next is on, we talk about a lot about the FSMA, right? The Produce Safety Rule, which is enforced or implemented by FDA, the federal government. And then this one, where we are going to focus now, is mostly on the gaps, good agricultural practice. And a lot of time, especially for the farmers who are starting or who has been operation of smaller, facilities, it can be kind of confusing which one is what. And Jack in his presentation has mentioned some of these, and I don't want to repeat those, but there are some key factors, key differences there. So there is another one-page handout over which actually Jack and Laurie, I guess, they developed a few years ago. So this is the one which is one-page cheat sheet for you. Okay, so this will actually give you a good idea about what are the differences. Now, the GAP is an audit program, Good Agricultural Practice Audit Program, which is run by the USDA mostly. It's an USDA's program. And the program is a voluntary program. As we discussed in the first section, is that if you are qualified exempt versus non-qualified exempts for FSMA, what is the implication? And Jack has very clearly given you the situation in which you could be considered as a qualified exempt. Now, here what we are talking about, it is not a required program by any grower. So if you choose not to have GAP certified, fine. There are thousands of farms are out there that those are not GAP audited farm. Okay. Now, then why we talk about them? So the importance of this is that your vendor, if you ever want to sell the products to different venues, for example, it could be a large, public school system, or even a vendor who is a wholesale purchase. Who purchase wholesale, products, and all these different, larger operations. For example, Whole Foods, for example, they will typically require that you have some sort of GAP audit certification. And again, there are different types of that. So that's where it becomes imperative that you have this. Now the question comes that, okay, I got all my GAP audit and certification. Do I need to be complied with FSMA? And that's where the confusion arises. And in the next few minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes, we're going to go over some of the tidbits of those things. Now, when you talk about GAP and when you talk about the FSMA, we are talking about 2 federal programs because 2 federal agencies are involved. One is USDA, another one is FDA. Now, the FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, is a regulatory program. So this plan is not required, but some records are, as Jack mentioned again, in that, they may, require some of the things, regardless, even if you're exempt. Now, as it's a regulatory program, there's a compliance requirement, so that means your farm could be inspected if the FDA considers your farm as non-exempt, so you produce documentation to become exempt, but FDA determines that, okay, no, and then there's a chance that it will be inspected. And again, there are certain criteria for that. And one good thing is that there's no surprise inspection, so the inspectors will give you lead time to get prepared for the inspection. Now, USDA GAP is voluntary, and it is a program which is completely market-driven. And one interesting thing, about these two programs, as you can see, that we talk about food safety plan in the morning sessions, right? Now, the regulatory component of this discussion, which is FSMA, does not require a food safety plan, right? But GAP does require the one. So basically, then why we are talking about food safety plan, even if FSMA does not require, and I do not need a GAP certification anyways. So then food safety plan is important. The food safety plan is very important because whether or not you are asked for this is a good document for you to have for your own good. Because if you are producing food, and even if my family consumes it from my backyard garden, I do not want to make my kids sick by growing something improperly and not having the proper food safety practices in place. So a food safety plan helps you to assess your own operation and to document that what are the steps you are taking in order for you to order for you to reduce the risk. Again, there cannot be a zero risk situation when you are food and agriculture business. There cannot be. Simply, I'm a food microbiologist. Ask me, can it be a zero risk? No, there is nothing called zero risk. There will always be some risk associated with that. What the food safety plan does, however, though, is provide you an opportunity to document that you have taken all the possible mundane steps possible to safeguard your product and to reduce the risk. That's what you need to document. The intention is more important there, so having that intention. So if you're pursuing GAP, then most probably you will actually become FSMA compliant if in case your sales volume increases more than $500,000 or $600,000 and you are selling beyond 250 or 250 or something like that, right? Mile radius or some of the avenues, so you are no longer qualified to be exempt, but you are GAP certified. Most probably having FSMA compliances would not be an uphill task for you. You just need to kind of just rearrange few stuff and then you should be good. So now, one of the things, this NASDA Growers Toolkit, when it was developed by the NASDA Foundation, was that, is to provide economic opportunity to small growers so that you produce this, products like fruits and vegetables, and you can sell it so that there is some sort of economic, impact on your operation. So basically, and that's where GAP certificate is quite critical, because probably you are never going to be able to sell to a large, wholesaler without having some sort of GAP certified, as I mentioned. So having a GAP certified is something, it really helps you to reduce the economic risk and is, of course, improve your market access opportunities. So this is very critical, and that's where, a lot of this, benefits that comes with the GAP certificate. So now, what does, they do in GAP audit when it goes through? It actually goes through your process. So, and you have already know by now, after attending the food safety plan workshop in the morning, that it is a process. What Jack and Laurie mentioned in the morning is that it's a process that you are documenting, you are crossing the T's and dotting the I's and stuff like that. So basically it's a process, and that process gets audited. Now there are 3 audit standards. The first one is called GAP, normal GAP, which is called Good Agriculture Practice, and then there is another one called Harmonized GAP. What is that harmonized GAP? That is very interesting. So what happened, when USD initially had the GAP audits, FSMA was not in the, in the horizon. FSMA came much later, and then what happens that in the national landscape, you have 2 kind of regulatory looking set of standards. And both were, food safety related, and both were dealing with fresh fruits and vegetables. Now, you have 2 things, and there is confusion. So then, by 2018, USDA aligned their GAP audit requirement with FSMA produce safety rule. So that actually becomes HGAP. So harmonized GAP means here you harmonize the produce safety rule, which Jack trains, and he mentioned about the Produce Safety Alliance training, FSMA training, and all these things. So now you have a GAP thing, and then you also addressing the ones which are not traditionally covered in GAP in that age gap situation. So some extra stuff, but actually then you are actually dealing with both the food safety, things like Food Safety Modernization Act, Produce Safety Rule, as well as Good Agricultural Practice. So that's age gap. Now, and then there is Harmonized Age Gap Plus, which is basically Harmonized Age Gap Plus, which is basically take you to the global standards. If you want to export the food to another country, you have become like, you have produced something which is high in demand, then you probably need a global, GFSI, Global Food Safety Initiative standards. So that's also there. So what this audit standard serves is that it actually caters the need for different type of operations, different type of market sectors, okay? So that is it. Now, these are all great. So then probably you have heard, and I know in my previous interaction, some of with you ask about group caps. Now think about this. Now, I'm going to touch upon that, but not going into too much detail, but this booklet again has the information on this. Getting a GAP certification, it's not cheap. It's quite an expensive deal, could be financial, not every small growers can afford it. So then what is the solution? The solution could be group GAP. So group GAP means you form, suppose here we have 20 people and you represent, say, 10 farms, right? So you form a group of farmers and you come up with some common agenda, common food safety agenda. That goes into your group GAP management document. And you maintain that management document or food safety plan per se, which is a shared document, and rather than going through individual audit, you or your number of farms, suppose 10 farms are there, about 4 or 5 farms get randomly audited, and if these 4 or 5 farms pass the audit, then everybody in that group actually gets GAP certification. Now, you are splitting the cost into 10 fragments by joining as a group. So think about that. Then probably it becomes affordable to you. So that's one of the main, advantage of group GAP. And that is exactly how the group GAP mechanism work, here as you can see. Now, you have to have a quality management system which is equivalent to your kind of food safety plan. It's called QMS in group GAP, and you have to all agree. All the participants have to agree, and then you sign off on that, and then the auditor comes, and that auditor kind of looks at the QMS, and you are being audited. Maybe your farm got audited out of the 10 farms, and if you are doing everything fine, it's good. If one of the firms fail, then what happens? Well, then there's a chance to make an amendment and appeal, and if you pass that, again you get audit certified that. So this is one of the thing that's one of the thing at the time NASDA Foundation was really promoting, and it's promoting, is that this could be breaking the barrier for limited resource small farmers forming a group. Like in Chicago, you can actually form a group because you are close enough in the proximity of the city, and there are very similar type of probably operation you guys have, and so having to form a group is good for all. So 10 people and you form the group, you get the GAP certification, 1/10 of the cost of that in a normal situation. And then there are some other program, I will come to that in a minute. But first of all, you have to decide whether group GAP is right for you. There are several things you have to consider, that you have to have like-minded people who are collaborative, who are friendly, collegial. So basically you form a group. So you have to remember that this is a shared fate. You are on a ship and you decide to take that voyage, there's no way to take off because you will be sailing. So, choosing the right team is going to be extremely important. Not always that's easy stuff, but if you could do that, then this could be a great tool. Now, can you identify a key player, some of the leaders who would form as a manager of the QMS, who would be the main contact person amongst these 10 people, who is going to manage the quality management plan and quality food safety plan and this thing. There has to be an individual that. Now, do you agree to be audited as one body? And that is an important question of our trust, that, okay, I know every one of us are striving for the best, so I feel comfortable when it comes to that. So you have to have that sort of confidence in your colleague or fellow growers. So then group GAP is a great tool again, as I said. Again, it gives you all the market accessibility to you once you get the GAP audit. So it will be exactly samely valid as if you go for a group H GAP audit. So you are all valued exactly equally as somebody individually going through H GAP process. So you can claim it the same way as an individual audited person would, or firm would kind of claim this. So there are access to more profitable market for you. Now, a lot of savings, technical support, everything are shared, right? So it's a great way of cooperating with the group, in that sense. And most important thing, in this, and I always kind of love this idea about the food safety culture, then 10 of you who are in that group, you have pledged to follow the food safety, and that kind of in turn become a culture within the group interaction that, hey, we need to do this. We need to kind of come up with and look at our food safety plan. Somebody is changing that. So basically exchanging these ideas, then the reliance on external experts become less and less important because you educate yourself by interacting with. That's the food safety culture. That we can offer many of these workshops. That's what we are here. But it wouldn't be nice that if you come up with things where it's sustainable, that you do not have to wait for when Dr. Banerjee is going to offer and when it's never going to happen before December. Now, do you have to wait for that? No, because you have created that culture. Probably you have that answer there. And then you can send a quick email to one of those experts, hey, we are thinking of doing this. Is it okay? Yep, fine. There you go. So you get your answers there. Create that culture. So FDA is big on this food safety culture nowadays. You will hear this term a lot of time. So, and you create an environment of learning, right? So you learn from each other, which is always great. That's one of our goals as an educator, that you should be able to kind of, self-propelling in that sense. Now, Also, you have to do a kind of need assessment before you embark into group gap type of situation where do you buyer really need gap certification some sort. If the answer is yes, then definitely this is something you need to do. Now, then all the different audit requirements, you have to work with your buyer, potential buyer. Now, some of the numbers are here, and this could be little, I don't think it's outdated, but this may change as we move into new years and stuff like that, So usually the audit rate for at least the USDA's audit rate is $132 per hour. So the time they spent in there, so it includes all travel time, preparation time on-site for the on-site audit, administrative time for review. So it's there. So the average audit is $900 to $1,600 for an individual producer, and there could be unannounced audit. That is the difference between FSMA audits and a FSMA inspection and gap. There could be something where they can show up. The USDA auditor may show up. Actually, the USDA auditor who was supposed to be here has some unforeseen event today. Otherwise, we would have heard from her that how actually the audit goes for the gap audit thing. Now, and there could be some follow-up audits which can range from anywhere from $275 to $575, and then there are some additional fees if you go for age gap plus audits and something like that. Now, then there are some group gap fees, and you can see that these numbers are quite divided into smaller pieces, and so it becomes for individual group much more affordable. It does not look like that costly in there. Now, there are some one-time costs associated with that, and one of the most expensive portion of this group gap or any gap is writing the QMS, that's quality management. So that could cost quite a bit of financial, from $10,000 to $20,000. So that's the really expensive part when you are kind of creating this so-called QMS or food safety plan document for your gap part. So that actually is expensive, but remember, if you are going for a group gap, it is going to be divided by the group members because there will be one QMS for the group gap. Sure. So yes. So it's an annual, yeah. Now, again, coming back to the same, before you embark, probably you need to evaluate your situation. So if you do not sell it to any buyer who requests a gap, then I think, you have to think about whether or not you have to, engage into such a kind of expensive certification processes. So some of the differences that suppose, you are, looking into these two programs. Now, the first question is, are farmers required to participate in FSMA produce safety rule? That's the federal required law, right? The answer is yes. Inspections are mandatory for any covered farmer. If they find that you are not exempt, it is a mandatory. So it has to be there. So there is no voluntary part of it. USDA gap audit are totally voluntary, so it's not required. And same for the harmonized gap audits also. So it's not required. Who is governing authority? As I said, FDA or state, depending on where you are. In our case in Illinois, it is FDA. In some other states, I think in Indiana, it might be, Indiana now does it, right? The inspectors are from, they have now, so they have gone to the, route A, so basically it's a state inspector, but for us, it's FDA. GAP is run by USDA, regardless. A farm registration, whether it's required or not, it also varies by state or governing authority. In FDA's case, registration may be required. In some state, it may not be. You don't have to register for GAP. It's voluntary again. Who performs the service? In this case, state or FDA performs the compliances or inspection, and USDA auditors or USDA licensed state auditors would be the people who will come and audit your farm in case of gaps. Is there any cost or fee associated with the service? For FSMA inspection, no. For GAP, yes.
Let me take that one really quick, Pratik. That's a bit of a, go back to that slide. So I actually don't know where, the confusion with that is that if your farm is also like a processing facility, then there is registration if you're considered a processing facility, but if you're just considered a farm, you don't have to register with the FDA. So that they're not being super clear in this table about that. So, and I know you picked up on that because I mentioned that earlier, that as a farm doing primary and secondary farm activities, you're not required to register. But if you're doing some sort of like value-added processing, then you would be considered a facility, and then you would have to register.
Yes. So it's something like if you're producing something and making some pickle for the cottage food and those kind of operations, because a lot of these farmers, then the registration is required based on that. A lot of, yes.
Yeah, so the FDA definition, they have a pretty specific definition that's along the lines of using definitions like growing, packing, holding. So there are some kind of borderline things, like certain things, like if you're drying like poblano chilies, for instance, as a whole product that doesn't get cut up later, that would be considered a farming activity and not a processing activity. When we do the PSR FSMA training, we kind of cover all those specific definitions, so it gets a little bit nuanced. But if you are primarily doing traditional farming activities, which is growing, harvesting, washing, packing, holding, you're fine. It's when you get into that value-added area that's when you start to become a facility, more of a processing facility. So that would be like if you're harvesting baby salad greens, right? As a harvest cut, bagging it, washing it, bagging it, selling it, that's a farming activity. But if you're taking those baby salad greens, taking some of your cherry tomatoes, cutting it all up, adding some pickled onions, a dressing packet, putting it in a clamshell, that's a processing activity. Completely different. So it just depends on those type of specific things. But it does get confusing because there are like 3 specific farming practices that kind of sound like processing activities, and one of them is drying certain whole products. The poblano chilies was a good example. So if you're making ristas with like whole poblano chilies and sold that whole rista as a dried product, that you wouldn't be considered a facility for that. But if you took that, chopped it up, and bottled it for like a chili pepper flake, then that's a processing activity. So it gets a little bit nuanced like that. Pratik also mentioned, and I don't want to get this confused and go too far down this rabbit hole, some of you probably are familiar with the cottage food rules here and some of the cottage food things that would probably be applicable to some of us. Let's not confuse that with these facilities and processing rules at the FDA, because that's a whole separate training, that's a whole separate, actually the Illinois Institute of Technology is the clearinghouse for that. But there are some differences between like large-scale value-added processors like Heinz ketchup versus like a small producer that might be doing some cottage food processing stuff. So it gets a little murky right there. I don't think that those things are super clearly established yet at this point. But just know that there are some differences. And some of the nuance with this in terms of federal, state, and local rules and laws, there are some things in FSMA that kind of outline that federal rules might not supersede local or state rules, right? So you may be in a state that has a local Department of Public Health that super scrutinizes like really small farms doing like cottage food type stuff. So it gets a little murky when we start talking about
Yes.
processing and the crossover, but we can, if you're doing that, if you're afraid that your operation is doing some food processing that might be conflated to mean that you're a facility now, we can discuss some of that. There's other flow charts and things to help you figure all that out.
Great. So thank you, Jack. So yes, now going back that the final outcome determination by FSMA is whether you are in compliance or not in compliance. USDA gap audit is basically a test, pass or not pass, kind of based on 80% of your score, so whether you meet or not meet. FSMA right now as it stand only covers biological, microbiological specific hazards. GAP covers all the three different hazards: biological, physical, and chemical hazards. So for FSMA, you need external training. For GAP, you do not need one. No food safety plan required for FSMA, but it's really recommended. You cannot really be FSMA compliant without having an active food safety plan. But USDA gap audit actually requires a food safety plan in any ways. And is there traceability or recall plan required? Well, this will actually become an yes for FSMA as well, because there are something is coming in there, so they're implementing it. So I would put it as an yes. There's some FSMA traceability clause is being implemented as we speak, and it was there for GAP already. So basically, they can trace you back. So these are some of the basic differences between these two federal standards. Now, this is what I was talking about, and I think we still have not, or maybe in October 31st is the next round. So if you are ever want to pursue GAP program or GAP audit program, there are some funding opportunities available, and I think we might have that in our booklet, in that, so you can actually go and check this. This is an USDA's, assistance program. It is not really a grant. It's more of a federal assistance program to help small growers to pay some of or to kind of defray some of the cost associated with the GAP programs, GAP audit programs. So again, there are some marketing resources already out there. And one thing I must, mention before we end this is that, please go to the NASDA Foundation website. They have an excellent, information link in the NASDA Foundation, and then that will lead you to many different resources that we talked about throughout this day. So please go there. And I already talked about this grower toolkit and the other one, so please make it handy. And this is the website I was talking about, that NASDA Foundation website, and a lot of information there. Very relevant, very current. And in fact, USDA's GAP program actually has a link to this website also. If you Google USDA GAP and go to the USDA AMS page, and then you will see the NASDA toolbox and other resources over there. So this is quite of a really, leading thing. And this is from the last year's NASDA arranged program over here, and you can recognize some of these faces here for British, and yes, that's pretty much it. But before that, very important thing. So please fill out the post survey that's been given there. And also, now we are going to give you another document. Now, here is one thing, it's very important, is now we are going to pass over to collect some information for those who wants to receive an Amazon gift code. $50 Amazon gift code that for attending this this workshop as a stipend. The information that we are going to collect is your name and address and email address, and also we are going to collect your social security number, because the university needs that to issue you the gift card, right? So you will receive the gift code over in email. So please make sure you are writing your email address clearly and legibly. Now, once you are done, there will be an envelope. You have to fold it and put it in the envelope and seal the envelope. No one will have that access excepting the university accounting program and myself as the PI of the program. Okay? So no one has the access to this information. These envelopes will be opened, and I will collect your information, send it to our accounting. They will issue the good gift code. You will receive an email from me or from the accounting, I don't know, one of these, about the gift code, and then you can reimburse it. So please fill out this one if you want to receive one. And any other question, because I think we are just on the time. We did great, I think time-wise.
A couple quick plugs. One is next week on Friday, and actually we're going to have, we started one, I see a couple of you here at our irrigation field day Fridays at our Sosuco Urban Ag Demonstration Farm in South Cook County. We're actually going to be having another field farm Friday next Friday at Comer Farms, which is just right across the interstate over here. And I bring this up because, Pratik, can you go back a couple slides to the cost share opportunity? We're actually going to have Joseph Bridges, this right here. We're going to have Joseph Bridges, who is the new NRCS Urban Ag agent for the NRCS. And the NRCS is a part of the Farm Service Agency and part of the USDA that implements these cost-sharing programs. And now some of these programs are available for urban ag practitioners. So some of you may have heard of like the EQUIP program, where you can get high tunnel funding through the NRCS or cost share. Now they have other programs. We talked about irrigation last month. If you're looking to set up a new irrigation system, they can help you out with that with cost share. We're going to be talking about integrated pest management and cover crops next week. So Joseph will be there, and he can talk a little bit about how you can get your farm registration number and get signed up through these programs, because it's very similar to this funding opportunity. This is a retroactive cost reimbursement for doing these GAP certifications. So if you look closely at that table detail, that first January 31st deadline of this year was for fees that you occurred for your food safety certification from the previous year. But in order to participate in any of these programs, you need to get your farm registration number, and you need to be registered with the USDA so you can take advantage of some of these programs. I know that sounds scary. You're saying, oh, I'm giving my information to the government, but this is taxpayer money. This is money we pay in taxes that is going back to help urban practitioners like yourself. So I would really encourage you to look into these funding sources to help you with your food certification journey. And join us for our Farm Field Day Fridays, because we're going to have our NRCS person there, and you can bounce questions off them and learn more about what it takes to get involved with some of these cost reimbursements. And the final thing I'll note, in August, I think August 11th is the date we have set, we're going to do a Farm Field Day at Sosuco, and it's going to be all focused on food safety stuff. So, and we may even actually have some materials and equipment we may be giving out. And we'll be discussing some of our food safety systems and more details about what we discussed. Pratik will be there. Sarah and I will be there. So we'll get the word out to you when we confirm that date, but tentatively it's August 11th coming up. So I just wanted to put a couple of those plugs in, just so you know that there's more follow-up for this, and we're here to support you. Yeah, question? Say that again? Well, specialty crops is really a very confusing USDA definition that they use to differentiate it from commodity crops. So Dakari mentioned that earlier, kind of that the traditional audiences for these programs, corn, soybean, meat producers. Specialty crops really encompasses everything else. So fruits, vegetables, nuts, hemp, cut flowers, things that aren't considered, the traditional commodity crops are considered specialty crops. So yeah, so pretty much all the food certification standards really only apply to the specialty crops anyway, for the most part. So that's what that definition is. It's confusing, but this is just a new funding opportunity, and I referenced the NRCS program because that cost share program has been around for decades, that millions of farmers have taken advantage of. Now they finally have opened up this cost-sharing reimbursement opportunity for growers pursuing these GAP certification programs. Because as Pratik just outlined, it can cost a lot of money to get your farm set up for this. This is an opportunity to reimburse some of those costs. And this is new. Hopefully this is kind of in a pilot phase because it just started last year. Hopefully this becomes a recurring part of the Farm Bill, and this is here to stay for those of you who want to pursue this GAP certification path. Okay, so you have the post survey that we want you to fill out. If you fill out any of those pink demographic forms, we'd really appreciate it. We'll pick up the rulers. And I think we're going to do a picture maybe. Is that what you were going to say?
Please don't leave, so we will take a picture.
So yeah, I think we're going to do a picture, and then I know we went through a lot, but I can stick around just for a little bit if you want to chat for a minute. But I would definitely encourage you to reach out to us and do some follow-up that we can do over Zoom, over email, or maybe eventually come and actually do some site visits at your individual farm. So yeah, I'll leave it to Pratik to coordinate the picture.
So we'll take inside, right? So, or outside? Yes, I think, we can do it here. Good background here, okay.
Okay, I think the picture will work up here, so those of you who want to join in the picture, we can kind of come assemble up here in front of the podium. And then once you fill out all those forms and leave it, you're free to go. Otherwise, we can stick around and network for a little while. So let's make our way to the front when you're done filling out anything you're filling out.
I'm so glad. I've been in the control room. I got to show you where I've been.
Oh yeah, for sure. I got to do a tour.
Hi, Sarah. Hello. I saw you in the other picture.
Oh.